Okay. Then in 1782, what did he do with the Marathas? The Treaty of Salbai. He made a treaty and he ended the first Anglo-Maratha war, which means now he has to fight only with Mysore. But then Mysore 1782, something happens in Mysore. Hyder Ali also dies. Hyder Ali dies in same year 1782. By 1782 they removed Hyderabad. By 1782 they got rid of Marathas through Treaty of Salbai. 1782 even Hyder Ali is going to die. But still were these people able to defeat the Mysore? No, why? Tipu Sultan replaced him and they are finding it quite difficult to defeat this people. So by 1784 something is very very clear that the British are not really very strong to defeat even a single kingdom like Mysore. So now what happens in 1784? Yes, please. A Treaty of Bangalore ostadi, but then that is not a very big important treaty, you might have observed. What is another thing which is in Pitt's India Act? What was the last act? 1773 Regulating Act, but now it is Pitt's India Act. Now in 1784, why did they pass Pitt's India Act? We are going, most probably I think we should be able to touch upon it today. Another act comes, Pitt's India Act, because they felt that even after this regulating act, the British company is still not very strong because it is not able to defeat even a single power. It is not defeated could not defeat Marathas. Okay, Marathas were the strongest power, we can understand. Even Hyder Ali at that point of time, you are not able to defeat. Even when Hyder Ali died, Tipu Sultan also you are not able to defeat. So that's the reason why they thought we should bring more changes in the system, and they came out with the Pitt's India Act. But now this is all the story that is happening in India, but something else was happening outside India also in the same period. Anyone knows that? Did I write it here itself? American Revolution, did I write it in this context? Yes, please. Now there is, if you remember, in Americas, South America went into which country? Portuguese, huh? Spain. South America, most of the part of South America is under Spain. This part is Spain only. This Brazil portion goes under Portugal. Now, obviously, here France and Britain, initially their focus was because they could not know the route to India. They will focus on North America. These people were actually fighting in this area. British people had already occupied some colonies. Nearly 13 colonies the British people had, and they were ruling them from nearly 1650s. They are ruling this area. But then there was some problem that developed over here. The way the British government was ruling these people, they did not like it. And these 13 colonies started revolting against the British. And that you call as, yes please. Details you will study where? World history will study the details. American Revolution had already started over there, and the French people, actually the France, because obviously Britain and France were enemies. If anyone is fighting against the British, what will the French do? French will support. So when American colonies were revolting against the British government, the French government was supporting the members of the colonies against the British. Now obviously when this drama is happening over there, it will have some impact on India also. What was happening here was, in India, Mysore is there. Mysore has always been a friend of France. They know that. British knows it very properly. There was a small port city, Chapale, Mahe. And this was the main port of supply from where the French used to supply weapons to Mysore. Now because France was supporting the American Revolution in North America, the British in India got angry. And what did they do? They went and actually blocked this Mahe port. And blocking Mahe port is like the British is wanting to punish Mysore or France here particularly? France, particularly France, because France is supporting the American revolutionaries against the British government. So naturally they got angry, and to weaken France, they blocked this Mahe port. But then it is also an attack on the Mysore. So this also becomes one more reason as to why this man went and started all this Second Anglo-Mysore War. So more than this, please do not expect right now that I'll go and in depth discuss each of those points. That is more than sufficient. Okay. But again, if you see first Anglo-Mysore war, what is the result? Mysore actually emerged victorious. Second Anglo-Mysore war, what is the result? Did anyone win? No, it was a neutral result. But now, coming to the third Anglo-Mysore war, the tide starts turning in the favor of the British. And you will see, what is the cause, please? Only one line. There was actually a conflict going on between Travancore and Mysore. And when Mysore tried to attack Travancore, to save itself, what did Travancore do? It simply approached the British. And you will see British actually were waiting for an opportunity to go and attack Mysore, because they know one thing, what? Mysore, if it becomes strong, it's a danger for them because it's always a friend of the French. So naturally, British were waiting for an opportunity, and when the conflict between Mysore and Travancore started, they thought we shall go for this. And this time, in third Mysore war, I think it was Cornwallis maybe. It was Cornwallis at this point of time, the British Governor General. And then the war really happens this time. And meanwhile, many things were happening. And you will see that British very cleverly made an alliance with the Marathas, because the Treaty of Salbai, they have secured some peace. With whom? Marathas. So they take the help of Marathas, and they also take the help of Hyderabad. They will tell what? That let us attack Mysore, we'll defeat Mysore, and whatever territories we'll get, we will share among ourselves. And finally, very brutally they defeat Tipu Sultan at this point of time in 1792. I think, what is the treaty nanedi? Seringapatnam kada. If you see, this treaty is so humiliating for Tipu Sultan. Nearly, I think, half of his territory has been taken away. Apart from that, this man was forced to pay nearly 1 crore war compensation. And even that, I think half of it he had to pay immediately, and half to the rest of the thing, installments. And as a security that he will pay these installments, what did something more insulting. They took the sons of Tipu Sultan as hostage, that as long as you don't pay this money, your children will stay with us. So now you are treating that to a sultan. That's actually very insulting for him. So both of these people, after 1792, British also wants to finish off Mysore, because by finishing Mysore, they are indirectly finishing French also. Tipu Sultan is also burning with a sense of anger, because the kind of treatment he got in 1792, he is not able to digest that. And that finally leads to the fourth Anglo-Mysore war in the year 1799. And this, you can see, is a very, very short war and a very decisive war, because this time the cause, just simply, both are eager to finish off each other. And then in the final consequence, if you'll see, Tipu Sultan was actually killed on the battlefield. After this, what did they do? They restored Mysore to the Wadayar dynasty, and whatever territory, actually half of the territory they had taken away again. First of all, if you remember, third war itself, they took away half territory. And now again, maximum how much ever territory they will take away. Do you think only British took the territory? No, shared with Marathas, shared with Mysore. Shameless people, whether it was Marathas or it was Hyderabad. The point is, you are fighting, Indians are helping the British in defeating other Indian kingdoms. Don't you understand that when this person will become stronger, he will defeat you people only again? So that much of sense we really did not have at that time. So you'll see that they restored the Mysore kingdom, whatever little small Mysore kingdom that was there, back to the Wadayar dynasty, and forced these people to sign the subsidiary alliance in 1799. So in this way, they finally closed the Mysore itself. And meanwhile, something also happened. You all know it. We'll see it now very shortly. In 1798, something happened before this year. Subsidiary alliance was signed by Hyderabad. Hyderabad was forced to sign subsidiary alliance. So this is something about your Mysore wars. Maratha wars are a bit complicated. Very fastly again, the first Anglo-Maratha war, let us see. Everyone knows what is the cause of first Anglo-Maratha war, please. Try to remember. Raghunath Rao killing Narayan Rao. Narayan Rao's supporters, Cheptara. Bara Bhai, led by Nana Fadnavis. What do they do? They go and challenge Raghunath Rao, saying that we will not accept you as the Pishwa. So what does this guy do? He will approach the British asking, sir, please you help me in remaining as the Peshwa. If I remain as the Peshwa, I'll give you a lot of benefits. Adi Danese. He will try to make a deal. But then there is something small thing that you should observe over here. Here if you see, the Marathas are divided into two. One Raghunath Rao and the other team is led by Nana Fadnavis. Nana Fadnavis is being led. Now Raghunath Rao approached the British government, but British government where? British at the Bombay. British government, they did not approach directly the British central government at Bengal. So this Mr. Raghunath Rao goes, can you just tell me the treaty there? Treaty of Surat, are they? This is to Treaty of Surat. Not important, not important, okay. But according to this, the British government at Bombay has decided to support Raghunath Rao. But then, when this information that such a treaty has been signed by British government at Bombay reached British government at Bengal, where it was Mr. Warren Hastings, he thought that this is not a correct time to get in conflict with the Marathas. What is the year? 1775. Do you think the British are really so strong to deal directly with the supreme power of India? So they did not want to get involved in this war actually. So what Warren Hastings did, he sent his own envoy to Nana Fadnavis and said that we actually don't want to involve ourselves into your internal politics. So he signs another treaty. Can you please tell me? Treaty of Purandar, I think in the very next year, 1776. And they said, we will not support Raghunath Rao and we don't want to interfere in the war. If we will not support Raghunath Rao, obviously they will expect something from Nana Fadnavis. What? You don't support the French people and Antadu. But then Nana Fadnavis unnecessarily he goes and allows the French people and grants them a port in Maratha, in their kingdom. So now obviously this is a violation of Treaty of Purandar. So Warren Hastings has now decided that very respectfully, really speaking, Warren Hastings was intelligent in not wanting a war with the Marathas. But who provoked him was Nana Fadnavis, and then he decided, no, let us go for a war. And that's how the war actually starts. So who has invited the British into the politics is these people only. First time it was this man who invited them. Now unnecessarily Nana Fadnavis is provoking them to go on a war. Actually this man did not want a war at that time. And again, there is one more reason why they did not want a war was because while Marathas are, British is having some problems in India, they are also facing what? Just now we saw the American Revolution was going on there from nearly 1775 or 76 itself. The American Revolution is starting over there in British colonies in America. So that's why they did not want to go. But then finally the war has started. And initially, when the war has started, if you look at the course, too many unnecessary points are there, but I cannot avoid them. That's why I thought I should write it there. In the course, obviously, the fighting of British and Marathas, who will have the upper hand in the initial days? Marathas, obviously, it is their country. They know the geography better. They are a big power. So naturally, these people kind of were defeating British very, very badly over there. And I think some Treaty of Vadgaon, scorched earth policy and all these things. I'll explain this point here, scorched earth policy, because I will keep coming across this policy later on many times. Let us see what is this scorched earth policy. Generally, this is one way of a warfare, which is more a defensive kind of a warfare. What is offensive and defensive? Defend, you don't attack. You are just defending yourself, whereas offensive means you'll start attacking the opponent. But this is more of a defensive. It generally involves the main important technique of attracting the enemy towards a particular area where you will have an advantage. Now what did the Marathas do in the initially? Because the British people do not know the local geography much. They kept, when an enemy is going back, what does the opponent feel? They are afraid. But then that is not afraid. Many times it is actually a tactic. And when you pull the opponent towards you and you are going back, they are feeling confident. And as they come into, it's simply nothing but laying a trap here. Yes or no? They are coming and coming. You are thinking that they are going back. And while going back and emptying all this land, what do these people do is, if you look at this word scorched, generally it comes from something very hot. You'll generally describe like today it's a very scorchy day. It's a sun is very scorching under, like very hot. Why do we use this word for scorched earth policy is? Yes, please, anyone? While these people are retreating, going back, what do? They will burn all the crops over there, and in the wells, water wells, they mix poison. Why? So that when the enemy enters your territory, they don't have any resources to sustain upon, which makes them very vulnerable and extremely dependent upon the supply from their main camp. Yes or no? So now, once the enemy is deep in your territory and that enemy is not finding much resources over here, they are dependent extremely upon this supplies that they are getting from their main base. What is the strategy here? What do they want to do now? They will go surround them and cut these supplies, which will make them completely isolated, and then you can easily defeat these people. And that's what happened to the British in the beginning. I think it is Talegaon is the area where this trap was laid, and finally the treaty was signed in the place called Wadgaon. Wadgaon, the treaty signed చేస్తారు. But then again, if you ask me personally, all these facts are really not important. But then why did I still give all those things? Because if you look at your textbooks, ఈ చెత్త books ఉంటాయి కదా, Spectrum అవి ఇవి. In those things, all these unnecessary facts they have given, I do not know why they have given all those things. If I don't tell, if you చెప్పకపోతే, when you tomorrow go and read the textbook, what you will feel? Are Yendra Baba unnecessary? It's not that you will blame me, but still you will feel that there are so many points that I have missed. So that's the reason I tell all these things. Otherwise, they are rubbish. They're really not necessary. Okay, but now at this point of time when British people were defeated, that man, Warren Hastings, he is very proud and a self-respecting person. He decided, no, we should not accept this defeat. And again, he sends a new batch of army to Marathas. And this time, the British start getting the upper hand and they start defeating Marathas. One after one battle, they are defeating the Marathas. And finally, both were fighting for so long. 1775 they started fighting, and now the year is going till 1782. Neither Marathas are able to defeat British, nor British is able to defeat Marathas. And in the meanwhile, when British are fighting against Marathas, the British's problems are going to increase. How? Think, Hyderabad has joined. Even now, 1780, Mysore has also joined. And even outside India also, the British colonies in America were in danger. So now considering all this situation, Warren Hastings has only one option, that he has to finally, now of these three powers, which one would British want to fight first? Marathas? Marathas? No, why? They are the strongest at that point of time. First eliminate your weaker powers, and then once you are strong enough, then you can face the Marathas. And at this moment, this man thought, let us make a peace with the Marathas. And finally in 1782, they go with the peace of Treaty of Salbai. The details you are going to look at those Salbai Treaty. There are some important points over there. But then, Treaty of Salbai in 1782 turned out to be very beneficial to the British. Why? First of all, they have got peace for next 20 years because the second Anglo-Maratha war is going to happen only in 1803. Now what are they going to do in these 20 years, please? They will eliminate the smaller powers like Mysore, Hyderabad, and once you eliminate Hyderabad and Mysore, then if you meet in 1803, if you meet the Marathas, don't you think the British will be stronger? Yes, the chances for defeating the British Marathas will be higher. So these people thought, initially it is waste fighting with these people. Let us have some peace with them. Meanwhile, in these 20 years, they went and they defeated Hyderabad, they defeated Mysore, so that while they meet the next time, British will be really strong. So what one should know here is that British people have again used their diplomacy there. They understood the situation. Okay, they thought we start the fighting, but you are not able to win. 7 years aindana, 1775 to 82. 7 years you are fighting and fighting and fighting. Imagine how much money you are losing there actually. And then they thought that, okay, we will take a break. But then, do you think that when they signed this treaty, did they completely abandon their political ambitions, or they simply postponed? postponed. Ante they knew that we are not strong today, but within a few years we'll become strong and again we'll come back to you. So this peace that we are talking about is not real peace. They are only they are buying some time so that they will become stronger and meet the Marathas the second time. So this is how you will see the first Anglo-Maratha war. Now time passed. After 1782, the Marathas actually became a friends of British, and that's why in 1790, when third Anglo-Mysore war, when British was fighting Mysore, Marathas were on whose side? British. Marathas were supporting British. In fourth Anglo-Mysore war in 1799, again when British and Mysore were fighting, yes please, again Marathas are supporting the British. Intelligent, simply, and with Indian help, they defeated Indian kingdoms. That much we could not understand at that point of time. Okay. Now things passed, and we come to the second Anglo-Mysore war, the year 1803 and 1805. This time, again, you have another foolish Peshwa. Yes, please. Bajirao II. Who was he? He was the son of Raghunath Rao. His father himself started the first war. And now this man, his son, is also similar like his father only. Now let us see how the situation starts. The cause is that there is an internal power struggle that was already going on since a long time. But then, the one man who was keeping things under control was Nana Fadnavis. And Nana Fadnavis died in the year 1800. And the moment Nana Fadnavis died, all these people again start fighting among themselves. If you remember, can you tell me the names of the Maratha Confederacy? The Peshwa will be the head. Scindias of Gwalior, Chapale. Holkars of Indore. Bhonsles of Nagpur. And Gaikwads of Baroda. Now keep in mind, just go to Treaty of Salbai once. Salbai law, there is one provision related to Gaikwads. In Salbai treaty, there should be a provision related to Gaikwads. Yes, please, Unda, Gaikwads provision. Write one line over there. Write one line about Gaikwads over there in the handout itself. They were the first Maratha Sardars. Gaikwads were the first Maratha Sardars who became the allies of the British. They were the first Maratha Sardars who became the allies of the British. Okay, come back again. So already you can see some cracks in the Maratha Confederacy. That Gaikwads are namesake under the Peshwa's control, but whose friends are they? They are friends of British already. They have already gone that side. Okay. Now, when Nana Fadnavis dies, these people are going to fight among themselves even more brutally. And you will have a situation where, I'll not take the exact details of those people, but Scindias and Holkars are going to have a fight. Now, who is fighting? Marathas are fighting with Marathas. Scindias are fighting against Holkars. And now what should Peshwa do? Settle this now. Now this foolish Peshwa, what does he do please? He takes the side of the Scindias. Bajirao too goes and supports Scindias. And actually they killed one of the Holkar family member. And naturally the Holkar family will get so irritated. They come and they defeated Jalsa. Both the combined armies of Scindias and Peshwa, and they defeated them. And this Holkar, Vinayak Rao Holkar, Perle Montanana, the details you are seeing for yourself. And this Holkar, this family, they defeated the Peshwa and they declared a member of Peshwa, a member of Holkar dynasty as the new Peshwa. Now you please tell me, what will this guy do? Bajirao too? Is he the Peshwa now? No, why? Who has defeated him? Did British defeat him? No. Holkars defeated these two people, Scindias and Peshwa. They removed this guy and they put a family member as the Peshwa, Holkar family now. Now, please tell me, what will this Bajirao to do? Same as his father had done. Ain't he? Approach British. Sir, very shameless people. Gurtunda, Mir Jafar? Huh? What do these people want, you know? Ingol Dilsa. I should sit on the top. These people don't have any welfare of the people. I should rule for my country, my nation. Aimla. Naking all power. I should be as a Pishwa. I should become the Nawab. I should become the Nizam. That's it. Nothing else comes to their mind. This guy approached the British. British told, yes, we will support you. Don't worry. Because now why? What is the year? What is the year? 1803. What is the position of the British? Extremely powerful. Last time when they met, which was the year? 1775. At that time, British were just consolidating themselves. But now they are superpowers. Actually, Travancore is their friend. Mysore is gone. Hyderabad is gone. Inkemundo India lo. But then what is there here? Already everything, this Awadh and you, Bengal is in your hands. Now Hyderabad is there. Travancore is there. Mysore is there. No, Marathas. No, we'll deal with you. And Marathas have made the job very easy for the British. Why? Fighting among themselves. If all these people are united, that's a danger for me, no? You are yourself. Already one of your guys has become my friend. Who? Just now I made you right. One of the members of Maratha Federacy, Gaikwads are already become friends of British, no? I have to fight only 4 of you. And luckily, within the 4 of you, 3 of you are already fighting. Pishwas, Sindhyas and Holkars. My job is damn easy now. So these people, when this guy approached the British, they said, sir, I want to become the Pishwa. Please make me the Pishwa. Help me. And if I become the Pishwa, again I'll give you this, I'll give you that and this. They said, okay, Pishwa, don't worry. But you will have to sign a Treaty of Bassein. And this Treaty of Bassein, as you will see later on, it is nothing but a subsidiary alliance, a shameful treaty for this man. But he is ready to surrender everything just for the sake of becoming the Pishwa. The details and all you will study yourself later on. Now, there is a name that is given to this treaty. This treaty is sometimes called as Treaty with a Cipher. Now this word, English word, has 2 meanings. Cipher sometimes is also called as a code. Decipher is to decode something, In that context, if you use, the cipher meaning is code. But here in this context, that is not the meaning. Anyone can tell me what the cipher means? A person without any authority. Now you please tell me, when they signed the treaty with this so-called Pishwa, Bajirao II, was he really the Pishwa or does he have any authority at that time? So that's why they call this treaty as Treaty of Cipher. This was a small question, I think, not in UPSC, but in another examination somewhere they simply asked this. Which of the following treaty is called as a Treaty of Cipher? Treaty with a Cipher, it is Treaty of Bassein. Now finally, when they decided to support Mr. Bajirao II, the problem is the treaty was signed between the British and the Bajirao II, who is nothing but the Pishwa. The problem is, then the other Maratha Sardars got surprised. Why? Like particularly the Sindhyas, the Bhonsles and Holkars. What did these people understand? Gaikwads is already a friend of British, so we really don't concerned about them. Now when the Pishwa, who is the legal head of all these people, himself has signed the treaty of Bassein, which is a subsidiary alliance, is it automatically making these people also subsidiary allies of the British? Yes, please. So now these people are not ready to accept that, and they decided to fight against the British. Now you see the situation, the head of Marathas is on the side of the British, and the members of the Maratha Confederacy are fighting against the British. Even at this point of time, they did not show much wisdom. What did they do? All 3 of them together could have attacked the British. Na? Even at this point of time, Holkars did not participate in the fighting. Sindhyas and Bhonsle started fighting with the British. Easy to defeat both of them easily. One by one, they defeated both. They signed some treaties over there. All that names you'll have to write down, memorize. You cannot help. No choice for you people. And then finally, when these 2 defeated, then these people got up. Holkars. Now they think that they will defeat the British again. But one thing, Holkars were actually the most powerful among all these people. So when the British finally defeated Holkars, but they could not force the Holkars to sign a subsidiary. Rajpur Ghata na treaty peru? Pakka. Because they'll sign another treaty later on also. Ikkada Rajpur Ghat kada. So Rajpur Ghat, did I write it? It is not a subsidiary alliance treaty. Did I write it? Yes, please. Okay. The other treaties are all subsidiary alliance. Surji, Arjan Gaon. Are we not treaties? Sir? Yes, please. Those things are subsidiary alliance. The treaty that was signed with Holkars was not. But now you can clearly see what is the situation of Marathas after the second Maratha war. Powerful? Can I say the Marathas have not been eliminated, but they have been subjugated properly? Yes, please. They have been dominated or no? Yes. I think if I remember, I think I told this in your class. It is like if you take a snake, you are not actually killing it. What are you doing it? You are removing its fangs. That it cannot. It can only hiss. It can't really bite and harm you anymore. So the Marathas have essentially been eliminated over here. But then, by 1805 itself, British is extremely powerful here. I want you all to recollect and try to tell me something which I'm going to write on the board now. You will understand it. It is with respect to the Mughal emperor. From 1752, Ahmadiyya Treaty anundi. Mughal emperors were not any more independent. They can't even protect themselves. They have to live under the protection of other powers. Now I will draw and put the years and you will tell me during which period Mughal emperor was under whose control. 1752 to nearly 1764. Marathas. 1765 to 1772. British. Why? Why did he go into the British control? Battle of Plassey? Buxar. 1764 Buxar ganda na. From 1765, Buxar unnecessarily Shah Alam II got involved in the war. It was actually not necessary. It should have been a war between ex-Nawab of Bengal and Nawab of Awadh. But Shah Alam II unnecessarily got involved and he had to pay the price for it. Now what happened in 1772? What happened in 1761? Okay, war jarigindi. Panipat war. What happened to the Marathas in Panipat war? They were defeated. So they took nearly 10 years to again come back to form. So all these 10 years from 1761 to 1771, Marathas were weak. But by 1772, they rebound back and they said, hey, Shah Alam II, Ajao, ante wale. Why are you under British? You should be under our protection. And from 1772 till 1803, they are under Marathas. And now in 1803, when Marathas and British are again fighting, they are fighting for whom? Shah Alam II. Hey, Shah Alam II, you are now under Marathas. You will now come under us. Rasuntanana, Colonel Lake and untadu person. Somewhere in consequences, I should have written there, Colonel Lake is the British officer who brought back Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II from Maratha protection under the British protection. And since then, since 1803 till 1857-58, they are under the control of British. You know, they were taken, they were being given what? Pension. Mughal emperors have become pensioners of the British. Pension means they are living. That was the pitiful state of the Mughal Empire, Mughal emperors. Okay. Now there is one or two more points that are important with respect to the treaties, the Second Anglo-Maratha War. At the end of the Maratha War by 1805, can I say British have already become the supreme power of India? Yes or no? Why? They have defeated all the powers here. Awadh is gone, Bengal is gone, Mysore, Hyderabad, Travancore. Even in Marathas, Gaikwad is their friend. They have defeated Scindias, Holkars, Bhonsles, and Peshwa is their friend. Yes, please. And most of the treaties that have been signed here, Treaty of Bassein with Peshwa, Treaty of some Surji Arjangao and another treaty with Scindias and Bhonsles were all something called as subsidiary treaties. And because we have still not seen subsidiary treaties, you will not really understand them properly. But still, I'll explain one point over here. In subsidiary treaty, there is a provision that the British will put their army in the territory of the kingdom which is signing the subsidiary alliance. Now, if you look at this word, alliance comes from the word ally. Who is an ally? Friend. Now, I am saying I am your friend, subsidiary ally. What is happening? If you remember 1765 Treaty of Allahabad between the British, that is Robert Clive, and Nawab of Awadh. They wanted to use Awadh as a buffer state. And they wanted Awadh to be strong. To make Awadh strong, what did they do? They put their military in Awadh. Who? The British put their military in Awadh, and who was paying the cost for it? Nawab of Awadh is paying the cost for it. What are they telling to the Nawab? Why are we keeping this military in your territory? To protect you from external invasions, to protect you from internal rivals. Okay. I'm not saying that is not the reason, but there is other reason also. Adenana, by protecting Awadh, you are actually protecting Bengal. But then, Nana, to keep a watch on the Nawab, the moment he goes against this British, they will cut his head, ante, as simple as that. But as long as fine, the purpose of the military is to protect that guy, to protect Awadh. But the moment you say that you are going to do something negative to the British, they will simply kill you. The same, all this kind of subsidiary treaties had the same provision that British will maintain, if suppose the Sindhyas, what is the area? Sindhyas? Gwalior. Bhonsles, Nagpur. Peshwa, Pune. Suppose I'm saying British has signed subsidiary treaties with all these people, means if British is maintaining army in all these areas, at whose cost, please? Their cost. My army, you are paying for that and you are maintaining it. What is the advantage that I'll get? First of all, financial burden is less. But there is another big advantage for the British with this. Watching all these people, okay, all these Bhonsles, Sindhyas and Peshwa are indirectly under the control of the British. Yes, please. Inka oka advantage undana. Try to think and tell. Nana? Warfare, what warfare? Geography. Inka, correct? Geography is the answer. They can easily move to any part of the country. Yes or no? There's clear Rasan in Chuskonde, try to see that their striking power will be enhanced by a great degree. Because previously, imagine if the British have to fight a war somewhere in Maharashtra, where is their forces? Their forces are only in Bombay. Yes or no? But now my forces are where? In Gwalior. My forces are in Pune, Nagpur, and if I want to fight any war somewhere, I need not move my forces from Bombay. I can mobilize my forces from here also. I hope you are able to get that, please. So the range and the speed of the British striking power was enhanced greatly by the Second Anglo-Maratha War. So that's the reason by 1805 itself, actually, the British have secured too much control over India. Because what happens in the Third Anglo-Maratha War? What happens in Third Anglo-Maratha War? Please tell me. 1817, 1818, 19. Who won the war? Who will win here? British. No, they've already won in 1805 itself. So game is over there. They only did not kill the snake. They just kept the Marathas like that. They could have done that also. Do you think if Peshwa would have misbehaved at that time, what would have happened, please? Yes, they would have annexed entire Maratha kingdom at that point itself. Because Peshwa was still, is he a friend or no? Treaty of Bassein makes Peshwa a friend of the British. So that's why they were tolerating him. If that guy would have misbehaved at that time, they would have finished off that time itself. Just they were waiting. And finally, let us come to the Third Anglo-Maratha War. Hey, is this helping you all? Story just atla cheppina, without going into the details, I'll not look into the handout. Okay, just when you listen to this, later on when you again revise, it will become easy. The Third Anglo-Maratha War starts in 1817 and goes on till 1818 or 19, you'll say. Let us see what is the main cause of this war. There are many causes. I think it is Mr. Hastings. Hastings, huh? Now here you have a Governor General by name Hastings, and previously you also had a Governor General by name Warren Hastings. Both names are similar, nothing else is related there. Whenever you mention that guy as Hastings, first one, you must mention Warren. Now if you don't mention, what is the meaning? You are actually confusing between this Hastings and that Warren Hastings. So do not forget keeping Warren Hastings name. When you referring to Warren Hastings, do mention Warren Hastings. Okay, this Warren Hastings, a person was actually a very, very imperialistic nature. He wants to establish the British domination over India very completely. And did I mention about the 1813 Act over here? Charter Act chesan kadande. Here, again, because we have not gone into that act, you will not be able to appreciate it completely. But still, one point I think I should have written over there. Did I write about the ending of the British monopoly in trade? British East India Company. Because of that, actually, any people any person from Britain can trade with India. Now, in 1600, when the British East India Company went and approached the British Crown, what did they ask from her? Monopoly trading rights with India, because we are the ones who will go fight and establish trade relations. Once we start the trade relations, we don't want any other merchants to come and start trading with them, with India, because we are the ones who are doing the hard work. So for a long time, initially it was given for how many years, you remember? 15 years, na? But then this actually went on and on and on and on and on. Why? Because the British East India Company was making huge profits and they were giving a good share to the Crown. So the Crown thought, when these people are giving me profits, why should I unnecessarily bring another company? And these people were doing. Now that monopoly which started in 1600 was broken in the year 1813. Why it broke in year 1813 only, you will understand when I come to the Charter Act properly. But whatever is the reason, 1813 that monopoly was broken, which means, what do you mean by this monopoly in all this while? That between Britain and India, in all this period, 213 years, yes please, only the British East India Company can trade, export and import with India. Now when I say that monopoly has ended, what does it mean? Any person from Britain can trade with India. So that means, can I say, the necessity for having more markets in India will increase? Yes or no? Only one company is trading. Use this much markets you had, it's okay. But now, any person from Britain can trade, no? So naturally you would want more markets. If you want more markets, you should defeat more kingdoms and occupy them. So that is one more thing that was going on in the mind of the British before this war. So the 1813 Charter Act will also be one reason. But then the third reason is more important, Chapale. Pindari War. Let us say who are these Pindaris and what is this Pindari War and all, very fastly. Marathas. Okay, first let us give some introduction about Pindaris. Now this is a small group of robbery is their profession. Like just now morning we all get up and go to our jobs, no? Ante, they didn't. Why? Where are you going? To rob. Ante, simple. They are professional robbers. And if I'm correct, I think I should have used this word there. Mercenaries. Mercenaries are particularly one type of soldiers or troops who are not employed by any particular kingdom. ఇప్పుడు నేనున్నా, everyone has know this word freelancer. Who is a freelancer? Who works for none. Let's say if I go away from here, I'll go to another institute. I'm not bound to this institute. Yes, please. So likewise, even these people are kind of freelancer warriors. They are ready to serve any kingdom, whichever employs them. They give you money, you'll come, you'll say, you come, we are going for a war. If you want to come, you join. They simply go and join. So the first time we ever hear about Pindaris is during whose rule? First ruler in India who used the Pindaris, Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb was the one. Before that, we never hear about this word Pindaris. These people, Pindari, are called as Pindaris because I did not write that point. They used to have a drink called something called Pinda. So that is why these people are called as Pindaris. Okay. And now these people don't have any particular religion or caste. They used to come from all different types of religions, particularly Muslims and Hindus. And even in Hindus, there were some upper caste and lower caste people were also there. So first time these people, that is whenever Aurangzeb used to go on a war, he used to invite the Pindaris also to join them. And the Pindaris will have a specific way of functioning, which we will see now. But then after Aurangzeb's death, the Mughal Empire started becoming weak and these people are not finding employment. After the fall of Mughal Empire, so many small kingdoms came up in India. But of all these kingdoms, which kingdom became the most powerful? The Marathas. So now the Marathas started taking the help of the Pindaris. And whenever Marathas go on a war, the first strategy, Marathas don't start the war. Who starts the war actually? Pindaris. Suppose Marathas have to fight with another power, British. No, Marathas will not directly attack the British. The Pindaris, they will leave the Pindaris. You'll see, first you leave your dogs, you see, to confuse the enemy. Some kind of strategy was the Pindaris. Now they will leave the Pindaris. The Pindaris will go and torture them like anything. They will cut their supply chain. They will burn their villages. They will go torture the people and all these things. So much these people will feel completely demoralized. And once they feel demoralized, then the main branch of army of Marathas will come and attack. So that is so can you see that Maratha power is extremely dependent upon the initial advantage given by the Pindaris. If you remove the Pindaris, can I say, are you indirectly weakening the Marathas also? Yes, please. They are so crucial. Did I write this word scavengers of Marathas? Yes, please. Because when Marathas are going to recruit the Pindaris, they don't pay them any money. They together go. After the battle, when an opponent is defeated, something called as the name spoils of war, or there is generally another word, war booty. That is whatever wealth and this thing you get from the opponent who is defeated. That is called as spoils of war. Whatever is remaining of the opponent, you can take it because it becomes yours now. Or sometimes you call it as war booty. Now, what Pindaris do is nothing but, after the Marathas have taken their share, what will Pindaris do? They will take everything remaining will go into the hands of the Pindaris. And that's why Pindaris are called as the scavengers of Marathas. Again, this was a question in some other UPSC conducts. UPSC conducts many exams, CDS, the Common Defense Services. In such kind of examinations, you will see such small questions that are being asked. Who is a scavenger, by the way? Any animal which feeds itself on the remains of the leftovers of some other animal. So you will call vulture untadi. Vulture and fox and all these things, they are like jackals particularly. They are like scavengers. So Pindaris used to depend upon the Marathas, and Marathas were dependent upon the Pindaris. Now this was how things were going on since a long time. And now, after Second Anglo-Maratha War, what happened to the Marathas? Are Marathas going on wars? After Second Anglo-Maratha War, Marathas are weak now. Are Marathas going on wars by themselves? No. What is the problem then? Who is facing a problem? When Marathas don't go to war, who is getting unemployed? Pindaris are getting unemployed. Now when Pindaris are not having any source of income, what did the Pindaris start doing? Pindaris, will they start a war? Pindaris, will they start a war? No, they will not start. When a war is started, someone will call them, they will go. And now the Marathas, who were the main employers, they themselves are become weak and they are not doing any wars. The Pindaris understood that, having no other source, they decided to start undertaking their own raids. Now the Pindaris are doing raids, and these raids were so brutal, so brutal. If you remember, I've written some point over there. When the people of a village come to know that Pindaris may attack them, instead of facing the Pindaris, they think it is better we will kill ourselves. Anta brutal Pindaris. Did you understand that point, please? The moment the village people understand that they might be attacked by Pindaris, suppose they attack that village here, will you understand that next attack is on your village? So what these people used to do? They used to burn their huts and chapale. They used to jump inside that huts and commit suicide, because they felt it's better to die like this than falling into the hands of the Pindaris, and the deadly people. And now, because Pindaris were like that, that is why Marathas were easily winning wars. And now if you see, in the Pindaris, there are so many Muslim people there. Chittu Khan, many Khans are there. Now you see there. Although there are Hindus are also there, some small leaders are there. Now Marathas are Hindus. These people mainly are Muslims. Now again, there is not religion over here. It is more of politics things that's going on. Okay. Now, when the Pindaris have started doing their own raids, they are very, very brutal raids. And often what they were doing is, these raids were going into the British territories or the territories of the British allies, friends. So naturally, the British got irritated and they decided they want to end the Pindaris. And Pindaris are actually a people located in central India. Even today, as a student, I remember very much when I used to go from Hyderabad to Delhi in the train. When you actually cross Madhya Pradesh region, you will see some dense forest for several kilometers. Nothing. Full deep forest you are actually. It was in those forests that Madhya Pradesh, eastern Maharashtra and western Madhya Pradesh forest, that was the main area of the Pindaris. They'll come, they'll raid and simply vanish into the forest. No one will understand where these people are. The British understood it's not easy to catch hold of them. I did not write all the strategy, how they defeated them, but listen, what was the strategy? From Awadh, one force. From Baroda is a friend of British. Baroda is a friend of British. Gaikwads, yes please. Ikkad nunchi oka phone. Now Pune and all these people, some of these people also they're using. From Bombay one more force. And from Hyderabad and Madras one more force. Emaindi? Surrounded. Finish. In one stroke they finish Pindaris. And again they're intelligent. They will not kill all the Pindari leaders. They actually, understanding the fighting capacity of the Pindaris, they recruited many Pindaris into the British army itself. So finally, they got rid of the Pindaris. Now, this is a cause for we are not talking about Pindari war is not important for us. Pindari war, we are studying it because it is one of the cause for Third Anglo-Maratha War. Now, when all this happened, when Pindaris were being eliminated, the Marathas, appudu Mr. Bajirao II ki koncham shame ochindi. He started, what is happening to Marathas? If Pindaris are gone means Marathas are also gone there. Then this person remembered this year, 1803. Why did I sign the treaty? And you should have thought it that time. But now it's too late. You are thinking about it in 1817. And the Scindias, the Bhonsles and Holkars, Gaikwads are already gone. Gaikwads are not there. All these three people, along with Peshwa, Bajirao too, they felt that let us give one last attempt. Maybe we will regain our lost independence. But then, dear, it is already late. And finally, when to some extent, we can really appreciate this man because he took the lead. And if you remember, subsidiary treaty we will see today, but British had a habit of putting a resident in the court of the king. They will put one of their officer. Why? To see what this guy is doing and all these things. Now, there was a resident in the Pune court of Peshwa also. You know what Peshwa did? He killed this resident. Attack, he decided. He has sent secret letters to Scindias, Bhonsles and Holkar saying that we are going to attack the British. Let us see if we can do something. He actually goes and kills the British resident in Pune and the war has started. But as usual, what is going to happen? British defeat each of them one by one and again force them to sign all the treaties, subsidiary treaties, and eventually by 1818 and 19 all the Maratha Sardars have been defeated again. And this time they got so much irritated that they abolished the position of Peshwa, which makes Mr. Bajirao II as the last Peshwa. And just to keep the pride of Marathas alive, because they did not want to hurt the feelings of Marathas. Marathas lo Shivaji untadi kada. Shivaji line, that blood of Shivaji, there was one person by name cheptara. Pratap Singh, I think. Pratap Singh. They thought, let us not hurt the sentiments of the Marathas, and they took one person coming from the Shivaji line, Pratap Singh, and made him a king of a small place called Satara. Later on they will occupy Satara also. Okay, but at that point of time, they said, okay, chalo, let us allow this line continue. But what about Peshwa? Gone. Peshwa is ended. And I already told you, there is one person after the Peshwa. With Kodukunta adopted son. Dondu Pant or Nana Sahib 2. Who was Nana Sahib 1, anyone? Balaji Bajirao untadu, who was the son of Bajirao. The original first Bajirao. Mastani wadu. Vani Koduku, Balaji Bajirao, he was also called Nana Sahib 1. Dondu Pant or Nana Sahib 2. What is this problem, please? Adopted son. Bajirao 2 adopted son. What is this problem? Pension. He'll participate in the revolt. Why? Pension is Saliran. Adi, mana Indian kingdoms. Shame on us. Okay, these are all the Maratha wars for you all. Details you have to read. I hope you all are able to understand one small thing. Do you think you can revise from these handouts in front of examination directly? Antisi, not possible. What you should do? Have a short notes. Without short notes, you are going to definitely suffer very badly. Oka Maratha ware intunte. How will you revise here? Make some charts, small tables and all these things. Keep them ready in front of your examination. Okay, that's it about these people, Marathas. Let us see very briefly, without going into the details, I will just give an overview about policy towards Afghanistan, conquest of Sindh and Punjab. I'll not go into the details, but I'll give you the overview about these three. Now, Afghanistan is not a part of India. It is, listen please, Afghanistan is not a part of India, but it is on the frontiers. Technically speaking, Afghanistan policy should be studied under frontier policy, but I am actually clubbing Afghanistan, this part of India at that time. The Punjab was actually a big kingdom, Ranjit Singh and here you have Sindh. All these three are related to each other. That's why we study them together in one flow. Now, the British, they are afraid of, till now they were afraid of one power, foreign power, that is French, that France may invade India, they may occupy India, and they always had this fear. But now there is another country they are also afraid of. Anyone? Russia. Above Afghanistan, today you have some countries like Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, or 5 Istans untai. But in those days they were all part of Russia itself. So which means between Russia and India there is only one country that can act as a buffer, that is Afghanistan. So the British rulers always wanted, given that Russia is also a European country and their rival there, so they thought Afghanistan should be a kind of a buffer state. Now, occupying Afghanistan was not an easy thing. You can't even rule India, it's difficult. Forget about ruling Afghanistan. What they wanted is at least they will have a friendly ruler in Afghanistan so that he will be pro-British and Afghanistan will be like a buffer state. That is the main intention that is going on in the mind of the British, because they are feeling a threat of Russian invasion on India. They want Afghanistan as a buffer. So the first thing that they want to do is Afghanistan. Let us see what did they do for this purpose. If you see the years, the first Anglo-Afghan war was in the year 1839 to 42. Now this is one of the rare wars where the British were defeated very badly. Very badly. They lost lakhs of rupees, thousands of soldiers were wiped out, and it was not only a reduction in the power of the British, but the defeat in Afghan war was a severe loss of prestige for the British. And they felt, no, we should do something about this. And to recover from the loss of prestige in the Anglo-Afghan war, what did they do? There is no valid reason for these people to annex Sindh, but just to overcome the shame, they wanted to compensate for that, and they go and annex Sindh in the year 1843. And now, annexation of Sindh is again a painful story. Oh, it's a lot. Did you read that, please? Sindh. They were not having any control over Sindh. Slowly they will enter into Sindh. They will sign one treaty, another treaty. Slowly. They will make friends with the Amirs of the Sindh and they'll also force Amir of the Sindh in 1839, I think, to sign the subsidiary alliance. Now, when you sign a treaty called subsidiary alliance with a person, what are you telling them? Alliance and intend. Friends, actually there is a guarantee that you will not annex them. Well, by meaning annexing means you are actually eliminating the kingdom, eliminating the dynasty, or no? Yes. And 1839 only you signed the treaty with them, subsidiary alliance, and what did you do in 1843? You annexed them. Now these people, you cannot rely on the promises made by the British. British are known to break promises and violate treaties. Did they violate any treaty previously? In Mysore case law, did they violate any treaty? Treaty of Madras, they said we will come and help you. But did they come? They did not come. They will make treaties, they will break treaties. They will give promises, they will break promises. That is the habit of the British. And now, Sindh was, and if you remember, anyone has read that, Sindh law, I think last somewhere I'll say, it was morally unjustified. But they still annexed Sindh because it was politically beneficial for them. Sindh, if you see, Sindh is also a border state. Yes or no? Yes. Now, if Sindh is under their control, it will act as a buffer. Yes, please. And Sindh will be a rich area by economically. Why? See, Indus River, that's the reason it got the name Sindh. Indus River is going from this area. Economically, it will be beneficial. Politically, strategically, Sindh will act as a a buffer. So naturally they thought, okay, all promises and all they forgot. And in 1842, when they're defeated, they annexed Sindh. Now, you look at this. First of all, why do you think they were defeated in Afghanistan in the first war? Actually, they were over ambitious. Now, when you want to attack here, don't you think it will be better that you have some two stepping stones like Sindh and Punjab, and then you can actually attack Afghanistan? You directly go and attack Afghanistan, that is foolishness. Okay, even then they made some arrangements in Sindh, but having Punjab and Sindh under their control, and then you have come so close to Afghanistan, then you can defeat them. Yeah, without doing them, how can you? Now, between these two, they've already secured one, 1843. Now, what will happen to the Punjab people? Just look at this. You are fighting with Afghanistan, you are fighting with Sindh. What will the Punjab people expect? Any moment you can attack us also. And unfortunately, in the same year when first Anglo-Afghan war started, 1839, some problem happened in Punjab. Ranjit Singh dies in the same year. Now after that, if you have seen the drama over there, one after the other, the kings come and go, they kill each other. In the lady untadandi, Rani Jindan, she was the wife of Ranjit Singh, and she becomes a regent. And can anyone tell me the name of that person? King nana, final king, one peru. Dalip Singh. After series of changes, Dalip Singh became the final king, and his mother, Rani Jindan, was ruling as the regent. You all remember this word regent? Who is he? A guardian. When the king is very young or incapable, another person acts on their behalf. Who was the regent we saw sometime back in Marathas? Nana Fadnavis was the regent. Okay. Now, if you'll see, 1839, Punjab is Ranjit Singh had died, and Punjab is undergoing an internal power struggle. Will the British be attracted? Obviously. Why? Punjab is also again a very rich land, too much of rivers, canals and all these things. So they were getting attracted to that. And slowly, eventually, what do? They will fight two wars with the Sikhs. The first Anglo-Sikh war, 1845-46, they defeated Punjab, but they did not annex Punjab. They subordinated it. But then again, 1848-49, this time they not only defeat Punjab, they also annex it. Obviously, will they want to annex Punjab or no? Endukandi? Fertile area. They will annex Punjab, no doubt about it. And finally, you see, when did Ranjit Singh die? 39. And see, within 10 years, there is no Punjab. Punjab has been annexed into the British Empire. Now, is it really only the strength of the British? Our own problems are there. Yes. If you remember the weakness of Indian kingdoms, the second weakness is always power struggle within our own kingdoms is weakening us. And when you are becoming weak, obviously the other people will get attracted. And if you would have read Anglo-Sikh War 1, why do you know that why were Sikhs defeated in Anglo-Sikh first war? Do you think it was because of their lack of fighting capacity? No. Someone else in there has cheated. I wrote a Sher Singh, I think, if I remember correctly, one military general, he helped British, just like Mir Jafar helped Robert Clive. That's why these people were able to win. Most of the times it was our problem that we were allowing the British to win. And then, now by 1849, they've annexed even Punjab. But Afghanistan, the loss of the defeat to Afghanistan was so bad that for several years they did not even go for asal poledu. They 40 years they left Afghanistan. But again, in 1878, there was a person by name Lytton Ostado. And keep this person in mind. We will come across this man 2 to 3 times later on in the subsequent course, because he is important for us. Lytton, he is very, very kind of more imperialistic. He has a lot of ambitions. And he thought that, why are we afraid of Afghanistan so much? And in 1871, he starts the second Anglo-Afghan war. And this time, he defeated Afghans. You see the power of the British. One defeat they suffer, next time they will come victorious. And in 1878, again, they did not annex Afghanistan. They only took control over the foreign policy of Afghanistan. But again, you will see that ruling Afghanistan is not easy. And in the third Anglo-Afghan war, it is coming very, very late actually, if you'll see. It is coming in 1921, I think. 1919, Anana? Whatever, see the time period. It is somewhere. Essentially, what was happening there in world history, you will study that between 1914 and 1919, something important event happened in the world history. That is World War I. And after World War I, British was very, very weak. And the Afghans thought that it is a nice time that we'll fight with the British and regain our lost foreign policy. So essentially, British never annexed Afghanistan. They only for some time they were able to get control over their foreign policy, and that too they got it back again in by 1921. They again got it back. Just come to Afghanistan. Okkasar Randana, Afghanistan. Come to Afghanistan. There are some word names and policies I will just make you mark. Okay, come to Sindh first. Sindh lo Treaty of Eternal Friendship అని ఉంటుందన్న. I am using an old handout. I think you are having a new one. Come to Sindh. Say third heading, gradual growth of British control over Sindh. In that heading, second para, second line. Treaty of Eternal Friendship. That is the first treaty between British and Sindh. That's why it's important. The Treaty of 1832 may not be important. But 1839 they signed subsidiary alliance. That is important. Where is it? 1839. Sixth para nana. Chuskondi. 1839. It is sixth para. It seems I'm not able to see in my handout. Yes, sixth para ne anukunta. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sixth para, first line, last words. Somewhere. Did you find that? Subsidiary alliance was signed in 1839. And next para, the person's name is important. Ellenborough. Who was the Governor General who annexed Sindh will be Ellenborough in 1843. Why did he annex Sindh? Did Sindh people do any wrong? Did they cheat British? Nothing. But still, only to compensate for the loss of prestige with Afghanistan, they annexed this one. And Elphinstone ostadu. Elphinstone will be the first idan kutrana. Did I write that? Kadu. Napier. Charles Napier was the first governor of Sindh. That's it. The quotations and all, you can see it for yourself. Charles Napier was its first governor. Who annexed Ellenborough when? 1843. Why? We know it. The first ever treaty was Treaty of Eternal Friendship. 1839, it was the subsidiary alliance. Just a small timeline and do that. Conquest of Punjab, not much importance over there. You will underline Mr. Dalip Singh. First Anglo-Sikh War, background lo. Ekkadosthunnadu Dalip Singh adu. Second para, second line. Dalip Singh was proclaimed as the Maharaja and his regent was Rani Jindan. Try to write as little as possible in your notes. Don't make hefty notes. Okay. First war lo something is important, that Kashmir undi usara. In the result, come to the result. Treaty of Lahore and all you will do yourself, okay? In result, after the 5 bullet points, there is a paragraph in which there is another Treaty of Amritsar. You should not confuse between them. There is a Treaty of Amritsar in 1809 by which British and Sikhs accepted which river as the boundary? Sutlej River. That is also Treaty of Amritsar, but of the year 1809. Here also we are talking about another Treaty of Amritsar, but it is 1846. What is the importance of this treaty? Transfer of Jammu Kashmir from the Sikhs to the king Gulab Singh. The dynasty is the Dogra dynasty. It was a Hindu dynasty. Do not confuse with that, because here also it is Gulab Singh only. Singh we generally associated with whom? Sikhs. But then it is a Hindu dynasty. Keep that point in mind. Okay. Second Anglo-Sikh War. There is nothing much important there for you all. There is one point important in the result. In the second Anglo-Sikh War, one important point in the result. What is that? Even today we all know that something, Sikhs have a very predominant presence in Indian army. Even today, Indian army lo Sikhs are very much in number. The tradition started from that time. Why? The British are intelligent. Some time back you see, did they eliminate all the Pindaris? What did they do? Looking at the fighting capacity of the Pindaris, they recruited many of them, and when they were fighting the Sikhs, now Sikhs you can see, imagine ఎట్లా ఉంటారు ఢిల్లీలో మా ఓనర్ ఉంటుండే ఇట్లా అంకుల్ ఇట్లా చూస్తుంటే ఆడు ఇంత ఉంటాడు వాడు వాడు చెయ్యి ఉంటుంది, రెండు చేతులు కలుపుతుంటాయి వాడి చెయ్యి, ఒక్క పంచి కొడితే ఫ్లాట్ అంతే. వాళ్ళు ఏందా ఎట్లా తింటారు వాళ్ళు బట్టర్ అది అంతే కదా. సిక్స్ ఎట్లుంటారు. నౌ వెన్ దర్ ఫైటింగ్ విత్ ద సిక్స్, దీస్ పీపుల్ సా ద గట్స్, the capacity of the Sikhs, and they thought it is foolishness to fight with them. It will be better win their trust and they will join your army, and that actually benefited the British very much. Why? Immediate benefit would ochindi. Can anyone tell me? Immediate benefit for the British after 1849 when they started recruiting the Sikhs in the army. 1857 revolt, Punjab Sikhs helped them in suppressing that revolt. Okay, keep that point in mind. And even today you'll see Sikhs in a huge number in the British army. The tradition has started since that time. Now when you're studying Afghanistan, there are 4 governor generals. Names are important. 4 of them are following 4 different policies. Auckland will be the first person. Try to find out where is he. In the first Anglo War, first cause, first line. Just underline those policies. Auckland's forward policy. The very word forward policy, what is it indicating to you? Be proactive. Don't wait till something wrong will happen. First go and don't let anything wrong happen at all. Forward policy nanu ardham enti. You be forward, be proactive anedi. That is one. Next, John Lawrence, there is a heading. John Lawrence, heading e undi. Did I put that? John Lawrence. In the next page if you'll find, it's there I think. His policies, masterly inactivity. Why are you becoming inactive? Previously you were forward policy, no, so proactive, no. Then why did you become inactive? Because you lost the first war brutally. You understood that you need some time before you can strike them again. So for a long time they are maintaining inactivity. John Lawrence. The second Anglo-Afghan war, first line cause law, Lytton, I just now took that guy's name. His policy is policy of proud reserve. This guy is extremely proud. I told you just now. He thought, why are we afraid of Afghanistan? Let us settle this issue. And that's why this man goes for the second Anglo-Afghan war. And then, Niku Curzon ostadana. In the second Anglo-Afghan war, last para, first line. Governor General Curzon succeeded to some extent in achieving this through his policy of withdrawal and concentration. I am not going to explain all the details. Everything is written very clearly over there. You are doing that. I am just highlighting the important points there. Okay. That's it about your Afghan wars. Afghanistan, Punjab and Sindh. 3 things are covered over there. Annexation of Awadh is a special case. Actually, Awadh was annexed in the which year? Annexed kadu. Subordinated. 1765. Which treaty? Allahabad itself, they have subordinated Awadh. Actually, there is a word, if you would have seen anywhere, in Sindh I used this word, in Awadh whether I did use this word or not, I do not know. Protectorate. When, now, what is this word you see? Protectorate anante, British is protecting, giving protection to Awadh. Did they give protection to Awadh in this treaty? Yes or no? Yes. They put their army, they are saving the Nawab of Awadh. So you can say, since 1765 itself, Awadh is under the control of the British, but it was under indirect control. Was it under control of the British or no? Yes, please. But it was indirect. And later on, I think it was in 1801, subsidiary alliance. Is it in 1801, please? 1801, these people were forced to sign. The subsidiary alliance also they had to sign. It's okay. Now when you say you are a friend, you are an ally, you should not annex a kingdom. But just now we saw in the case of Sindh, did they annex? 1843, 1839 you sign alliance and 1843 they annexed you. What is the guarantee that Awadh will continue for a long time? No. So then finally we are coming to the year 1856. Awadh is a very special case of annexation. There is no war. There is no war here. And you cannot apply doctrine of lapse. You cannot apply any reason. Because Awadh Nawabs have been very, very friendly to the British. They don't have any reason how to annex Awadh, but they want to annex Awadh. So they will create new reason. Chestar kada. What is the reason, please? Misgovernance. Let me tell that first. First of all, why did they want to annex Awadh, and who was the Governor General at that time? Dalhousie was this person, and why did they annex Awadh was actually the main reason was these people wanted more markets, and if you annex an area, direct control, you can create more markets more easily. Yes, so this man wanted to create, and basically this guy again was an imperialist. He is that having that feeling of domination, making Britain the supreme power anedi. He had that desire, and they wanted markets. But now when they wanted to annex Awadh, they are trying to find out a reason, and they don't have any valid reason why they can annex Awadh. Did Nawab of Awadh do anything wrong to the British? No, he did not cheat the British. He was always supportive. Whatever they asked, he obeyed and he gave them. Does Nawab of Awadh, who was the last Nawab of Awadh, it seems? Wajid Ali Shah. And if you want to apply something called of doctrine of lapse, what should happen? The king, existing king, should not have a natural son. But this man had natural sons also. So you can't even apply doctrine of lapse. But still you want to annex Awadh. Em chestavanante, they don't, now they created a new reason, that means governance. The Dalhousie's reasoning was that this Nawab is torturing his people, and we want to liberate these people from the misgovernance of Nawab and gift them the British administration. That is a asal these people are struggling under this guy, and you are coming and liberating them. Anduke మరి 1857 revolt వచ్చింది. That's why next year only revolt happened. Did I write that point? Linked it there? Why did 1857 revolt happen? One reason for this is somewhere related to Awadh. Why it seems? Most of the soldiers who were serving in the Bengal army were actually recruited from Awadh area. And when soldiers are coming from Awadh area, your sepoys, that sepoys antam kada, Awadh lonchi. All this while, Awadh was always under the British control, but under indirect control. Now when these soldiers have been serving British government so loyally, they wouldn't expect such kind of a treatment to their country, no? And all of a sudden, actually Wajid Ali Shah had some goodwill among the people. People did like them, Nawabs. Okay. And you treat our Nawab like this, and you are going to annex without any reason. You are creating and doing all these things. Naturally, the Awadh soldiers really felt bad, and that's why in the next year when 1857 revolt broke, Awadh, many soldiers from Awadh revolted against the British. And actually, it was a political blunder committed by the British. I do not remember the name of that person actually. Silena. Did I write that point? There is a person who actually wants them. ఇంకో పాయింట్ ఉంది ఇక్కడ ఏంటి, కథక్ డాన్సర్ చూసిరా? He is a Kathak dancer, and he actually helped in the revival of the dance. Just let me see. Okay, I did not write, I think, that point. Not necessary. Unda? John Seeley, do you have that point anywhere? Where, which para? Kindly please tell me. కథక్ తర్వాత ఉందనా? లేదురా చిన్న, ఏం లేదు. సింప్లీ పాయింట్ ఏంటనంటే, ద సింపుల్ పాయింట్ ఈస్ దట్ దెర్ వాజ్ అ పర్సన్ బై నేమ్ జాన్ సీలే. యూ రిమెంబర్ దట్ గై? ఎక్కడొచ్చిండు? యాక్సిడెంటల్, బ్రిటిష్ కాన్క్వెస్ట్ వాజ్ యాక్సిడెంటలా ఇంటెన్షనలా అంటే, దిస్ గై సెడ్ ఇట్ ఇస్ యాక్సిడెంటల్. దట్ గై ఇస్ దేర్, నో? He also gave a warning to the British. Don't annex Awadh. It will be a blunder. But they annexed it, and they paid the price for that also. So the person, that is the only name. Otherwise, it's not important. Okay, that's all about the British, all these areas. The frontier policy, the Nepal war, and all these things are very, very small. I'm leaving it to you all. You're reading them. Nepal, Bhutan, Tibet, Burma, all these things you are reading by yourself. Okay. So if you remember, when we started this chapter, we said British conquered India using two methods, wars and diplomatic methods. Diplomatic methods, subsidiary alliance, doctrine of lapse. Doctrine of lapse I'm not going to explain. అది కూడా చెప్పాలా? Doctrine of lapse you can do it yourself very easily. Everyone knows the basic logic also there. నేనేం చెప్పాలా దాంట్లో మళ్ళా? This is important. I've been waiting. UPSC will ask some question. I do not know why they don't ask. Subsidiary alliance, if you have read and come, you will understand what kind of a beautiful policy that was. A very, very strategic way. Without much expenditure and pain from your side, you are easily gaining control, and that power also without, without any burden of administration. Who will pay for the cost of your army? The Nawabs, the Rajas will pay for the cost of the army. You will make everything is advantage for the British in a subsidiary alliance. So that is actually important. Let us see subsidiary alliance very fast. Now, if you look at these two words, subsidiary alliance. First, let us take the word alliance. Alliance means friends. The moment you use the word friends, friends are equal. You tell that I am sit here, you sit there, and we are friends. We are friends and equal untaru. But then this friendship is not an equal friendship because you are using the word subsidiary, which means they are friends, but one is superior and another is inferior or subordinate. You will tell me who will be the superior? The British. The inferior will be the Indian king or the Indian prince who is going to sign this treaty. Now I used some word over there. Paramount C. Did I? In the very beginning, second, third parallel untadi. Paramount C. So the British will be called as the paramount power. Mount ante mountain, like they are huge. Paramount power. And did I use that word suzerainty? Yes. Keep these points in mind. Generally the word sovereignty anantam. That is the word we commonly come across. Okay. Sovereignty means you are the supreme power in a given area. But suppose below you there are some other small powers. For them you are exercising what? Not sovereignty, you are exercising suzerainty. Below you, if there is no one and you are the complete ruler, generally you are called as the sovereign power. But in your territory, if there are smaller kings, for those kings you are the suzerain power, or that concept is called as suzerainty or paramountcy. These people have given some name first. Vassal అని ఉంటుంది. Did I? Vassal. చదివితే తెలుస్తుంది. Did I use that word, please? If not, I'll make you add it. The Indian kingdom which signs these treaties are called as the vassal. Did I write it, please? Unda? Leda? I'll make you write just 1 second, please. Paramount ekkadundi? Second para. Okay, subject to suzerainty or paramountcy of the British crown. Just add one line there, please. The allying Indian state was unda nana ekkadundra na e para ade para lo unda ekkadundra vassal vassal లేదా రాసుకుంటాను. No problem. రాసుకోండి. The allying Indian state was called as the vassal state. See that spelling? VASSAL. Vassal states. Okay. Now, these states were also called by another name. Yes, please. Princely states. Our kings may have different titles, Nawabs, Nizams, Rajas, Maharajas, Chhatrapatis, whatever it may be. But for them, they will use the word prince. Now, why did they not use the word king? If we use the word kingly state, it may give a feeling that you are equal to the British king. So they don't want to use that word. That's the reason they said you are prince. Prince and ever generally son of the king. So to give that feeling that you people are inferior to us, that's why they used to use. And you may call yourself as Nizam, but British will call you as prince. You are a princely state for the British. You are yourself maybe Nizam and Nawab and Raja and Maharaja, but for them you are a prince. No, that is the basic. Both of these people have some rights and duties respect to each other. When you are making a friendship here, they have to do something for them. And then these people also have to do something for them. So that is how the things will go on. Now let us see how this system actually started and all these things. Now think properly. There are some important points we should understand here. Now, are these people really friends? Friends are? Or did they become friends out of necessity? Yes, please. Why? If you just look at this, India, there are so many kingdoms are there. Okay. Now someone has come from outside. How can these guys be friends here? But they became friends. Why British wanted the friendship of Indian kingdoms? Think and tell me. Inka. Administrative burden will be reduced. Suppose, British has defeated, suppose, Awadh. Why did they not kill our Nawab of Awadh? Why did they not remove his dynasty? Endukante? Simple. That unnecessary, that headache of governing, administering Awadh will fall on whose head? British head. I will have to appoint a governor. I will have to appoint all the officers. But if I keep Nawab of Awadh's neck in my hand, Nawab rule, what do I have? Power without? Yes. So don't you think it is good for British to, instead of eliminating every Indian kingdom, some Indian kings it can retain or no? Yes, please. Yes. So British actually, they are friends not out of any concern for each other. They have become friends because out of necessity. They want him, he wants them. That's it. Nothing more than that. Why British wants Indian kings? Administrative responsibility. They don't want to take the burden. When I defeat you in a war, I can kill you, no? I can kill you, I can eliminate your dynasty. But if I do that, naake pain adi. Why should I want to take that pain? So that's why British wants to take the friendship of Indian kings. Now the question is, you will tell me the answer. Why would Indian kings want to become the friends of British? Power, inka correct cheppala. To be in power, inka. How to be in power? Now if you remember, the British is going to protect them, na? Yes, please. I gave you an example someday. Now, who is the first, which is the first kingdom to sign subsidiary alliance? Hyderabad. 1798, Hyderabad signed. Now, why? Let us see the situation from eyes of the Nizam. 1798 the year. Till this time, what did the Hyderabad look? It was seeing a power called the British. They defeated Bengal, Battle of Plassey, Buxar. They defeated Awadh. By 1798, they had how many wars with Mysore? 3 wars. 1790, the third war, what did the British do to Tipu Sultan? Third war, half of territory they took away. 1 crore that indemnity they put on him. Are these people, Hyderabad, seeing the power of the British? Yes or no? Now you please tell me. When you are seeing a very strong power coming that side, would you want to fight him or become a friend? What is the advantage for you? You have such a very strong power as your friend, and this friend will help you from your enemies. Only condition is you should bend your head in front of him. As simple as that. So particularly the 18th century India's political situation, where our Indian kings were suffering with a sense of insecurity. The Nizam who is sitting here, what is the guarantee that he will be there for a long time? He is always afraid of 2 people. You know what? Internal rivals untara leda. He's afraid of internal rivals every time. He's also afraid of external invasions, and the power that was torturing them was the Marathas side way. Now imagine, if I go and take the help of British, I understood the British also needs me. What? British, if the British comes and eliminates Nizam dynasty, what is the problem for the British? Burden. Now this guy understood that. He told, sir, I will fall. You just put your hand on me. Whatever you'll ask me, I'll give. Just don't remove your hand from my head. But with the left hand, you put a sword, it's not a problem. But with the right hand, you should put your protection on my head. No, Chey, you give me that. I'll give you what? Whatever you tell me, I'm ready to accept. So clearly, it is not a friendship out of any concern or any mutual respect. Kadu. It is, yes, please, you should tell me it is a friendship out of necessity. British needs them, Indian kings needed. Now, one line summarizing. British needed Indian kings because they want to escape responsibility, burden of administration of these areas. Indian kings allied with the British out of necessity of protection and security for their position. Once you have such a strong power there, if I have this guy seeing, if I become a friend of this guy, will I need to be afraid of Marathas? No. What will happen to my position? Secure. What if I am a good friend of British? Will I have to worry about any internal rivals? No. As long as I'm here, if I am friend of British, the British will take care of my position. So naturally, this was how these two people started coming closer to each other. There are one or two points I'll show you. You will write, you will underline those points. Actually, I forgot my handout at home. I just took this handout from here. Come to the reason heading on the second heading and a reason why many Indian states voluntarily accepted kada. Okay. In that, come to the last para in this way. In this way para. I want you all to read that one paragraph. Because I want you all to know how great our Indian rulers were. Please, go ahead. Fast, fast, fast. Only one para, I want you all to read it. Got it? Are these native collaborators? Are these people junior partners? Yes, please. Yes. Are they concerned about the people? No, they are only concerned about being in power. That's it. Please mark those two words, two lines, are they in the native collaborators and junior partners, because later on also we will use these words, but in a different context. Okay. Please mark those two words and leave it. One second. Just write. In that same para, ending of that para, I want you all to write one small quotation. I want you all to write one small quotation. Please write down. The author's name is F.G. Hutchins. Just below that para, one line quotation. Please go ahead. The British and the princes, quotation. The British and the princes needed each other, needed one another, needed one another. Semicolon. British and princes needed one another, semicolon. Indians need for either of them was highly doubtful. Indians' need for either of them was highly doubtful. Did you understand that point, please? Indians' need for them, for either of them, was highly doubtful. What did you understand by that quotation? British need princely rulers need British, but both of them are not needed by Indians. Don't need any of them, but unfortunately both of these people, for their mutual benefits, they sacrifice the interests of the country. That's what I really meant by that. Okay, that's it. Next, origin and all these things. One second, Nana. If you remember, who is the originator of this, please? First, originator. Duplay, correct. He is the French. Why is he considered as the originator? You know, he was the first person to interfere in the internal politics of Indian kingdoms. And what? How did he used to interfere? He will support. He will give him what? I will give you my military. You go defeat this guy, and then you become the next Nawab or next Raja, and then you help us. Now, what is this? Enmity or friendship? Friendship. So now the first person to visualize this kind of an alliance with the Indian kingdoms was not the British, it was the French, and within French it was Duplay. And after French and Duplay, the British started learning this. And did Robert Clive apply this to some extent in Awadh? Yes or no? He gave the military. He said, you keep this military, but you pay it. They have become friends or no? So, although it was started by French, British also borrowed this and used this policy. And after Robert Clive, Warren Hastings and other rulers also, other governor generals also kept using this treaty. But what was essentially happening was, the treaty, it started in the beginning with few provisions, very little conditions were there, very few. But as time passed, each governor general was going and adding more and more provisions. And by the time of, yes please, Richard enna untarra koncham confusing untadi because his brother is there, Arthur Wellesley అని ఉంటాడు. In exam UPSC they asked whether it is Richard or Arthur. Whether you do not know Richard or Arthur, out ante. That is, even if you know Wellesley, it's waste. That point is simple. They asked Richard or Arthur. They gave Arthur, actually it was confusing. So it is Richard Wellesley, remember this guy. By the time of Richard Wellesley, what happened? This treaty has become very, very elaborate and in a very systematic manner. And that is the reason we give credit. Whenever we talk about subsidiary alliance, we come to associate it with Wellesley, but he is not the originator. Then why are we giving credit to him? Is because he has made it very, very elaborate and into a systematic treaty laga. He gave a final shape to it. That is why we are giving importance to Richard Wellesley. Otherwise, Wellesley did not originate this policy at all. Now, growth or evolution is important. I will just draw a small diagram. You can go ahead and write along with me. I hope you people have read and come. Yes, please. If you don't, you will only problem. I'll just put a small diagram. You can go ahead and write down. Diagram at a table. I'll explain also. First, you write down main army and additional support. Additional support. Keep writing a small one. The first stage, the second, the third stage, and the fourth stage. The first stage. The main army will be the Indian ruler, whereas the additional army will be the British army. Next, British army will become the lead army, and the additional support is Indian army. Next, again it is British army, but they said, you need not give us army, you give us money. And finally, it is British army, we don't want money, we want territory. Fast, please. The growth or evolution of the subsidiary alliance happened in 4 stages, they say. 10:30 I'll give a break. Kindly remind me once. Done? Okay, let us see what is this happening. Now British and Indian kingdom. How did the alliance actually start? When Duplay, just imagine the stage of Duplay. A and B are fighting. Nasir Jang, Muzaffar Jang. Now, what did the French army do there? Did they send the main army? Is the fighting army, or is it additional support? Additional support. Same British also did the same thing. Initially, two Indian kingdoms are fighting each other. Whose armies is it? The Indian king's armies are actually fighting. And whichever side the British will support, British is giving what? Additional support. Later on, the second stage, sir, your army is waste, your fighters are not good. My army will take the lead, you only give additional support, you send some of your members for additional support. Third, my army will lead, you need not even send. I don't want your soldiers also waste. Instead of that, you give me money. Fourth stage, actually, when these people were, you understand this term? Arrears and backlogs. You say that you will pay, you are not paying. So these people understood that, the British understood that these people are not paying money regularly. So they said, I don't want money, forget about it. Whatever amount is the charge, suppose it is 25 lakhs that you should give me. Instead of every year I'm asking you 25 lakhs, what is you can do is, you surrender so much amount of territory which is from which I will get a revenue that is equivalent to 25 lakhs. I hope you got that. So that was how this slowly, and by this time it was Wellesley who brought this feature, and the final shape was given by Wellesley. That is why we give the credit of subsidiary alliance to him. Otherwise, it is not originated by Wellesley. The difference in Sanana, I'll just slightly explain to you. Try to understand this. No need to write, but try to understand. This is a seed. From seed only tree comes. But is this a tree? Do you call this a tree? But where did tree come from? So similarly, something like this, you will call one type of alliance started in the beginning before Wellesley. Before Wellesley, it was some type of an alliance, but final shape came during. You will call this alliance only as a subsidiary alliance only under Wellesley. This is pre-Wellesley time. That is, the full-fledged tree has come during whose rule? Wellesley. But did Wellesley put the seed? No. The seed was actually put by someone else. But then when someone has, suppose if a 1765 Treaty of Allahabad, does it have some features of this subsidiary alliance? Yes or no? Yes or no? But can you call the Treaty a subsidiary alliance? No, you cannot call the treaty a subsidiary alliance. After 1798, which one? Hyderabad unda. From then you will call this treaty properly as a subsidiary alliance. Although the previous treaties may have some features of subsidiary alliance, it is not full-fledged subsidiary alliance. So why am I telling this point? Slightly come to the last page. The last heading of this chapter of this topic will be states which accepted subsidiary alliance. Kindly go there. States which accepted subsidiary alliance. Kindly go to that heading. Last heading of this topic, please. I want you all to read the first para. First. States which signed or accepted subsidiary alliance. Kindly read that one para. Two paras are there. Just read the first. Yes, please, did you get that? Yes. Some books, why am I pointing that out is, some books are unfortunately they are giving a wrong information that the first subsidiary alliance was signed by Awadh. That is rubbish. You can, no doubt the Treaty of Allahabad has some features of subsidiary alliance, but it is still in a Seed form. It has still to grow and become a big final tree, which happened during the time of Wellesley. So, correctly speaking, which is the state which signs the first fully completed elaborate treaty of subsidiary alliance? Hyderabad. I hope you got the difference over there. Okay. That's it here. Let us go and see inside the features, and we are done with this. Ayipindi, actually. Features. Now let us see. Now British and the princely ruler, Indian ruler. In a treaty, both of you people have to agree to some things. Okay. Now, British is guaranteeing two things to princely ruler. What? One, with protection from external and internal rivals. King, we will give this to you. If we give protection, we will protect you from internal problems, external problems. You will always be in power. Your family, your dynasty will continue. They also gave another promise. Anyone can tell me? Internal autonomy. They said we will not interfere in your administration. But do you think they will follow this? No. They will fully interfere. Internal autonomy also they promised. Which means, inside your kingdom, who is the king? Who is going to rule everything? You only, we will not disturb you. Anesi, they gave an assurance. But if you want these things, you have to accept certain conditions. Conditions anni pedtadu. And our shameless rulers accepted all those conditions. Ante kadandi. Why? Nakenduku bhai? I'll be in power. I have to bend my head in front of whom? With respect to my people? Dominate. If anyone revolts, ఏం చేస్తావు? If anyone of your kingdom is revolting, what will you first step do? Sir, suppress them. Ante kada? You are enjoying your life. No, anyone outside attacking? Sir, ante mala. Ante kadandi. Simply annaya ante vadostaడు. Yeah, that's it. Hey, Yemaindra, what happened? Sir, these people are revolting. Sir, these people are invading. Finish them off. I'll take care of you. I will fulfill whatever conditions you want. Now you see the shameless conditions our rulers have accepted one by one. You don't write shameless, okay? I'm just telling in class, you should not write those things in your exam. Okay, let us see. What is the first condition, please, first? The king, the signing king has to remove foreign policy. First point. Is it foreign policy the first point? First point. The first point is saying that the Indian king has to surrender his foreign policy. What does it mean? He cannot talk to other kingdoms, other kings or other countries without the permission of the British. Which means if he has to maintain, he can maintain relations, no doubt. But through the British. If I have to talk to someone, other kingdom, okay, you can talk, but through the British only it will happen. What is the logic behind that? Anyone? No conspiracies. If you allow an Indian king to have a free independent foreign policy, is there a chance that this king can get in touch with another king and enter into a conspiracy against the British? Yes, please. Yes. So the main reason why they put this condition that you have to surrender your foreign policy is to ensure that these kings cannot join hands with other kings against and form a coalition against the British. And now here comes another point. They extend this point and say one more thing. Army. When you don't have foreign policy, can you do wars? Can you do wars without telling me? You cannot. When you can't even talk, how can you fight? You can't fight. When you don't have foreign policy, when you cannot do wars, which means you don't need an army. Did you ever hear any king without an army in your life? Not only Nizam bhai. Nizam was the first guy. All Hindu kings were also there. Rajputs ain't mari. What are Rajputs? What was Bajirao too? Ain't he? Treaty of Basin. What is Bajirao too? He is also the shameless, no? Nah. Nizam is that, this guy is that, everyone is like that only. Whether it was a Hindu king, or the Muslim king, it doesn't matter. Now you see this, they are saying when you don't have foreign policy, there is no wars. When you don't have wars, you don't need any army. Now, behind it, what is the logic of the British? What is the logic of the British? You cannot revolt. Ante, I can do anything. But if you have a problem with the British, can you revolt? Why? No. Okay. You cannot revolt individually by yourself. You cannot even revolt against me by joining hands with any other power, which means essentially you are. The moment I want, I can crush you like this, yes or no? Enduku? Are you can't fight me individually, you can't fight me collectively. You are essentially at my mercy. If I want, I will remove you. Did these people sign some subsidiary alliances with someone, and did they eventually annex them? We just now saw two states with which they signed subsidiary alliance. They said we are friends. I will not interfere in your internal affairs. Interfere gaadu, I annexed only. Ingoti, Sindh, we just now saw, ante you sign subsidiary alliance. You send we are friends, and again you eliminate that kingdom itself. Ante, imagine how helpless our Indian kings will be. Imagine, okati gurtu pettukondana, when you make a treaty, if it is an equal treaty, both the sides must have the capacity to end the treaty when they want. When they feel the other side is violating this treaty, they should be able to end that alliance. Is this an alliance that the Indian king can break? Is this an alliance Indian king can break by his self? He cannot break. Ante entadi, it is not an alliance, it is. Once you are inside this in my hand, you don't have an army. You can't talk to other kings. How will you go from my hand, Chepo? British, you don't have army. Nizam, dance. Ante dance. Paadu gajala. Ante paadu. Sing ante singe. Exercise ante exercise cheyale. Hey Rajputs, lie down ante panko. Ante what do you have? What do you have to go against him? Army unda? Ledu. Can you join hands with other kingdoms? Ledu. Mari entappa? You are just a puppet. But why is British maintaining that puppet? Ante administration. If he wants, he can remove them, kill them, finish off them, annex them. Yes, they did. No. In Sindh, 1839, when they thought we don't want that burden of administration, they kept us. When they thought, wait, we can finish this, why we want to take it directly, they took it. 1801, what did they do to Awadh? Subsidiary alliance. Again, 1856, when they wanted to annex, then did these people have any power to get rid of the treaty? No. Now you see, right now I am a teacher in this institute. We have an alliance. We have not signed an agreement, but still, each of us, both of us have equal rights to end this alliance or no? Yes. But what about the Indian kingdom once it signs? Done, gone. It's a trap. You can never escape from that. The only thing is, if you an overaction, they will finish off. Ante. Luckily, many of these kingdoms, they learned their lessons. They saw Sindh and they saw Awadh, no? So they remained like slaves till the end. 1947 varaku, many of these kings continued like that. Okay, chinna concession ichinaru. Okay, you maintain a ceremonial army. Because you cannot imagine a king without an army, no? If the king has to go into the public, Nizam ostado baitiki, only Nizam will walk like that. Will anyone respect him? Nizama. Ante. He is Rajput king, will Rajana. Just a drama purpose, what they should do? That army is called ceremonial army. The show army, when the king will go, this guy over 100 people will go with him. Ante. And even in that ceremonial army, these people have to keep one section of troops reserved for the British. Ante mar akkada kuda kakkurte kada. Did you understand that point? Even in that small army that the king is maintaining for ceremonial purpose, even in that there should be a small branch which will be maintained for whose purpose? When the British will ask, you should give them for service. That is the first point you can understand. Ante, all these conditions are okay for Indian kings. Only they want that protection, power. I want to be in power. You do what, you tell me whatever I will do. But only condition, keep us in power. That's it. We are ready to do anything. Nana, what is the second point? Anyone, please? Nana? You don't employ non-English Europeans. Who is the target here? Which country? French. Gurtunda, sometime back, Treaty of Purandar, Nana Fadnavis unnecessarily provoked by giving the French port. Ichinada? Time ainda? Namar cheppana kada? Okay, we'll see this very shortly. 15 minutes, come back. Start చేయాలండి? Okay. So the second condition was not to employ any non-English Europeans. Obviously, the main task was to eliminate the French influence. Third, fast. Maintain a fast, please. Third point. Army, a British army must be maintained by the Indian Kingdom at their own cost. Now, what is the purpose? I've already repeated that point. Again, I'm asking you, what is the stated purpose of this military? Why are the British telling that we are putting this military in your kingdom? To protect you from internal rivals, external rivals. But what is the actual purpose? To check the ruler. Because if he misbehaves in any way, you can eliminate that guy. And last point, I think, resident. Adena? Resident, obviously, you know what is the purpose of the resident, to keep a check on this guy. Whatever he does, it will be communicated to the British officer, government. Okay, so you can see that these are all the basic features of your system. Now, will this have any advantage for the British? Yes, please. What is the first and most important advantage? Power without no administration burden and all these things. In that point, there are many quotations and all I've given there. You will study for yourself. Last line of the first point, advantage. In short, the subsidiary system was the Trojan horse tactics in empire building and Rasana. Do you know what is a Trojan horse? There is actually a Greek novel. It's a Greek mythology part of it. There are two kingdoms. Did you ever hear about Achilles and Ulysses in your childhood? Do you remember anything studying about such things? Achilles heel antaru kada. Okay, that's the reason I'm not taking the names. Suppose there was a story where A and B were two kingdoms who were always fighting each other. But one fine day, they stopped fighting and start becoming friends. And because they have become friends, they wanted to gift something. A kingdom sent a very huge wooden horse as a gift to B. The B really thought it is a gift. But then, actually inside this huge hidden wooden horse, there were many soldiers of A who were hidden inside this wooden horse. And when that horse came into the kingdom B, the king B king thought that okay, it's a great gift and all these things. But in the night when these people slept, all these soldiers come out of this wooden horse and kill and defeat the kingdom B. Now that is the story of Trojan horse. Now why did I use that in this context? Is simply you are defeating a kingdom not from outside but from inside. Because now is it not like keeping your army inside his kingdom? Yes or no? That's the reason we use that. Why did I use the term here? Because in one textbook I found that line. Tomorrow in the examination they might ask you, which of the following is true with respect to subsidiary alliance system? It is a Trojan horse tactic of empire building. Yes or no? Yes, that's the reason I gave that word. Otherwise, everything is combined there. Above that, there is one small quotation. A system of subsidiary alliance is a system of fattening allies as we fatten oxen till they are worthy of being devoured. What do you understand by that? Suppose when you give an animal for sacrifice, before sacrificing it, what will you do it? Will you starve it? No. Will you actually make it healthy, feed it, so that once you think it is fine, you can then cut and eat it. So they are trying to say something like, we will maintain the allies till we want them. But the moment we think it is not necessary, we will finish them off. That's what they did with Sindh. That's what they did with Awadh. As long as they wanted, they maintained them. But the moment they felt it's sufficient, they finished that off. Second advantage, fast please. Chudandi. Yeah, the Indian kings are maintaining the British army at their cost. So, British is maintaining a very, very huge army, but the cost is being borne by the Indian kings. Now, that is a great advantage. It's less financial burden on you people. And moreover, what is happening here is, British Army's striking power is also going to increase by a lot. Yes, please. Because my army will be positioned in different parts of the country so that my reaction time will be very less. I can move my troops with different parts very easily at a short notice. And you see, that is the another advantage that you will find. And lastly, I can say that in case of any wars, now these people need not fight wars in their territory. They can fight wars in the territories of the Indian kings who have allied. Now generally war brings destruction with it. Would you want to prefer a war in your territory or a neighbor's territory? Neighbors, obviously. So what are these people doing? They don't want to fight war in Bengal and Madras and Bombay because they are under direct control. But will they like to fight a war in Hyderabad? Yes, please. Why? It is not their territory. It is the other person's territory. So even that way, it is actually helping these people. Okay, they also acquired a lot of territories. How did they acquire a lot of territories, please? Because if you remember the fourth stage sometime back, initially for maintenance of the British army, they were asking money. But when these people were not paying money, they said that you will surrender a part of your territory, which is giving me the revenue equivalent to the amount of money that you have to pay us. In that way, they have even got a lot of territories. And final advantage is they could keep the French at a distance. They did not allow the French people because there was one condition. What? No, you cannot employ non-English Europeans without the permission of the British. So all these were certain advantages enjoyed by the British people. And obviously, can you tell me what is that one single advantage that the princely ruler enjoyed? Protection, security of his position, no one can do anything to him. But then who is the ultimate victim of this system, please? The people of the kingdom. They will be in a serious disadvantage. Let us see what are the effects on the Indian princely ruler. Yes, please, fast. Political effect. The ruler, for security, he has surrendered what, please? Sovereignty. He has surrendered his sovereignty and self-respect. That just because I can sit on the position of power, I will bend my head and I will become your slave. So definitely it's a very shameful thing, and that you can see there SSS. For security, they surrendered sovereignty. Next, administrative effects, economic effects. Let us see what are the economic effects. Now, if a kingdom is an independent kingdom, if this kingdom is an independent kingdom, this king is there and the people are there, what will happen to the taxes collected by the king? If it's an independent kingdom, will the money go out of the kingdom? No, it will be inside the kingdom if you are an independent kingdom. But are you an independent king now? No, you are under British. You are maintaining their army. And to pay this army, where is the king getting the money from? People's money. And to maintain that army, he is paying to whom? British. What is happening? I wrote a word. Students, choose చెప్పండి. Drain of wealth. Is it happening? Yes, so did I write the drain of wealth? Even if I did not use the word, is it essentially that is what is happening? Why? Kingdom's money, tax money is going out of the kingdom, no? Because in the form of payments for the army, all this money is going out. So definitely it is going to destroy the financial health of the Indian kingdom. The people are the ones who are going to suffer. And second, generally, if the king himself maintains his own army, will this be a nice source of employment for the people? Yes or no? Any kingdom army, even today Indian army, don't you think it's a kind of an employment for many people? Yes. One recent scheme vachindi. Agnipat anesedo. Agnipat Agnivir something has come. Now see, why do you think people joined? Out of any patriotism they joined this? What? Essentially cheppanda direct ga. Employment, yeah, that's it. Most of us will do that only. Why are you joining civil service? Nijanga service, Cheppakandi stories. Don't tell such stories. Why am I teaching? Serve people, aim le. Paisa ke liye kar raha. Anta serve aita, I should tell free. Ante mal, as simple as that. Yes or no, I should accept it. It's a reality, it's a truth. If I am so service minded, okay. For the money I take, I do justice, that's a different story. But still, essentially, I am not here for any service. I am here for making a bucks. That's it. It's the same you people, you are joining employment, the army and ante. So, army is an important source of employment, and by disbanding an army, the king has removed an opportunity for the people of employment, and again these people will become poor and poor and poor. So economically, a kingdom which signs subsidiary alliance will get devastated. And last, administrative effects. Administration of the state will become very corrupt and inefficient. Why? Suppose if there is a king, if suppose this is an independent kingdom, it does not have the protection of the British. What will happen if this king and his administration is not good? Is there a chance that some other person, internal rival, can come and eliminate this guy and a better king can come? What happened in case of Wadiyar dynasty when Wadiyar dynasty was not performing well? Hyder Ali came. Now, there is another case. Either an internal rival can come, displace you and give a better administration for the people, or another king can come, eliminate you and establish a better administrative system. In both the case, the people will get a better system than the present king. But once you have British protection, what is the problem? Do you think this person will actually work for the welfare of the people? Is he afraid of any kind of rivals? No, his position is secure, na. He doesn't worry whether anyone will, if anyone revolts internally, he will call the British. If anyone is trying to come from outside, he'll call the British. He will try to suppress and oppress and dominate the people and exploit them. Does he have any fear of revolt by the people? Why? British. If they revolt, British, ante saaru banna emananu. They'll come and, yes please, cheppandi, finish it off. Now who is the victim? People, everywhere. Who are the two people who are benefiting? British. Ruler is benefiting personally. Yes or no? He is still the Nawab, he is still the Raja, he is still the Nizam, he is still the Maharaja. They are enjoying their life. The people are suffering. Yes, the final victims are always the people. And the last heading I have given you, already explained that. You can understand it. Doctrine of lapse, you are seeing it for yourself. Causes for success of the British over the Indian powers. Now, Indian kingdom should have a lot of weaknesses because of which British were able to defeat us. Yes, please. And these people also should have some advantages. I have given you all those points. Just please write one point in the bracket. Previous year question 2022. This was asked in the 2022 previous UPSC. Yeah, mains. Mains. Please say what dantlo. It was a mains question. Go back and read it. High military discipline. Fair selection system. What is fair selection system? Do you think the British would have selected Indians on the basis of caste? No. In Indian kingdoms, do you think they would have employed scheduled caste people? No way. Don't you think scheduled caste people will have a lot of talented people there? What about the British? నాకు నువ్వు బ్రాహ్మణ అయితే ఏంది, క్షత్రియ అయితే ఏంది, శూద్ర అయితే నాకెందుకు భయ్? ఖట్టా దట్టా ఉన్నావా? Are you dare? Are you brave? వచ్చాయి కమ్ అంతే. As simple as that. They were never taking care of that caste system at all. It's all fair selection system. And these people had one of the best armies over there. Some other points will be there. High military discipline, military commanders, strong financial backup. Don't you think Indian kingdoms were wasting their tax money on many different ways? ఏం చేస్తారా మన కింగ్స్? వాట్ విల్ దే డూ? ఎంజాయ్. అంతే కదా. రంగీలా. ఇంకా చాలు. ఇంకా ఐ నీడ్ నాట్ టెల్ ఎనీ అదర్ థింగ్. ఓన్లీ వన్ వర్డ్ ఇస్ సఫిషియంట్. Rangila. No need not even explain anything. What were the British doing? Did they have money? How? Trade, profits. Yes. Did they have also the government support from Britain? But how will they be defeated? Naturally, they are very strong over there. Okay. Superior artillery, etc., etc. You can see that. Last point, seventh point, absence of modern nationalism. Did Indians have a feeling of unity? No. We actually helped other kingdoms defeat Indian kingdoms. Marathas, Nizams helped British in defeating Mysore. Yes, we don't have any modern sense of nationalism and all these things. This was a direct question in the mains last year. They asked you, in spite of having larger armies, why were Indian kingdoms defeated by the British? And the straight question adi. Now, do you really need to apply your mind and think and link and make a beautiful answer there? Simple points are there, straightforward. You write and you'll get minimum marks. That's it about this chapter. We are finished. Even the third chapter now. 1, 2, 3. Fourth chapter ఏంటండి? Structure of, actually, fourth chapter's real name is Because third chapter is British. Once you conquer, next step is rule the country. Kindly open your timeline. Timeline. Timeline, notes, timeline. Fourth chapter is important because it has A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. Fastly. Fourth chapter, timeline A. Entandi. Two phases. What are those? Company rule, crown rule. Second point, two parts. British Indian Empire will be divided into British India direct area, princely states indirect rule. C. Structure of British government. That is what we are going to start. The handout that you have, what is that? 4C. Kada. In your timeline, 4C is nothing but the handout structure of British government. Everyone has that handout, please. Structure of British government. Under there, Unda. Yes. Is that the last handout or did you get anything else more than that? That's the last. I'll tell them. What is the next? Structure of British government. Timeline. When I was talking about structure of British government, what did I make you write in brackets, please? Decision making. Who is deciding how they should rule India from Britain? They have to rule India from Britain. That's not an easy task. It's a very difficult task. Do you think the company really ruled India? What? Who was ruling then? British Parliament. What it was doing? Chepale. Acts. It was giving. Parliament is passing acts. What are acts? Instructions given by the British Parliament to the company in India. Rule India like this. You have to rule like this. Initially, they gave them full free hand. But what did these fools do? 1772, what did they do? Corrupt activities chesi, you went for loan. Are 1765, you got power in your hands. Till 1772, did the British interfere in the activities of the company in India? No. What did they thought? Okay, they conquered India, they will rule India. But by 1772, when these people went begging to the government was a bit shocked. If you remember this, we discussed in Battle of Buxar. Then the British government understood that we cannot leave India in the hands of this company people. These people are not bureaucrats or civil servants. They are just traders, and we cannot expect traders to go and perform functions of an administrator. So then the government thought that no, we should start giving some instructions, and these will coming in the form of acts. And this entire chapter that is a handout that you have in there is nothing but full of acts. You can see that. Just kindly open this handout fastly. Keep the timeline like that only. So after 2-3 pages, you will start getting acts. Regulating Act. Yes, please, fast. Undi. Next, Fits India. Taravata. Charter Act 1793, Charter Act 1813, 1833, 1853. Is that where chapter ends? 1853? 53 to end aitandana. 53, I've stopped there. Why did I not go for the rest of the acts then? Because they are under crown rule. From 1858, it's a different story. I will discuss that as I go inside it. Okay. Next, coming to the timeline. What is the D? Administrative organization. You have taken decisions where? Decisions have been taken where? How to rule India? Britain. But now someone has to implement those decisions. That is what you will study in the administrative organization. Can you please look and tell me the 3 pillars of British administration? Army, police and civil services. Most important is civil services, you all know it. And extra we will study is judiciary. That will be another handout. We will get it tomorrow. I asked them to give it today if it's possible. Otherwise, they'll give it tomorrow. 4C. Next one, sorry, whatever is it. Economic policies, and then lastly, social cultural policies. So you have seen political structure, you have seen administration, you will see economics policies, you will see social cultural policies in one heading. Actually an important topic because so many facts are there, both important for prelims point of view as well as mains. So let us start going into this handout. Kindly take your handout. Structure of British government. When I use this word structure of British government, what are we essentially referring to is who is making decisions? Who is making decisions on what issue? How to govern India. In India, beginning, is it the British government that came and occupied India? Who? A small company they sent, and that company came and ruled, started conquering India. And initially for some time they left the company to rule India for itself. But when they understood that it cannot rule by itself, they started giving acts and acts and acts. So who is essentially making these decisions? It is British Parliament sitting in London. Akkada unnadi that these people are doing that. Okay. As long as the company was ruling, the instructions were given to the company's headquarters in London. But when the company itself is dissolved and company rule has been ended, the acts will be directly given to British officers in India. Yes, please. We've already seen all these things. Okay. And because it was not the government but the company which conquered India and ruled India for quite a long time, the initial phase you will call it as the company's rule. Company's rule from 1757 to 1857. But when company's rule was ended, the British government took direct control of India from 1858 till 1947. It goes on. Now, keep one thing in mind that we can easily understand something. Even in the timeline also I made you write this point, that some British officers, whether it was company officers or later it was directly government officers, some British people must be here. Yes or no? But then the major decisions are being taken back in Britain. So now here we have, whenever you study about British government, two things that should come to your mind is this government here will be called the home government, and this government is the government of India. Did I discuss this point in your timeline? Cheppina, yes or no? Yes. Someone has to take decisions here, someone has to implement them. So naturally there have to be two components of governments. One is the home and one is the government of India in the India here. Now, let us start taking the handout. If you see the first phase that you will find, indirect company rule, 1757 to, so let us see what is the structure during the company's rule. Okay. The home government. Here I have given you some new terms are introduced there. Now let us look at this. Home government, how was home government looking? There is a body called Chapale, COD, Court of Directors, and this Court of Directors was elected by another body called COP, Court of Proprietors. What is the difference between proprietors and directors here? Who is the owner? Who are the owners, by the way? Proprietors. Property who is having, they are called the proprietors. So these people are nothing but shareholders in the company. Now, every share, you will buy one share and you cannot say that I will be a member of COP. Many people will have shares, no. But some people who will have a minimum amount of shares. Something, whatever it is, some level will be there. Only if you have that minimum amount of shares, you will become a member of the COP. Okay. Now these people, what they used to do, they used to elect a body from among themselves and they will become the directors. Clearly that word is telling director, and these people are directing, they are giving guidance to the running of the organization. They are the owners, owners are electing a directors, and this is the main executive body of the company. All the decisions are taken by COD. And the number and strength and all did I give there? How many people? 24 members will be there. And what will they do? All the policies, everything they will decide and they will communicate it to the company's officers. Where? In India, all the company officers. And how did these people used to do? These people used to again have some small committees inside the COD itself. 24 members are there. They will form and see how systematically these people used to work. For example, one committee will look into the salaries of all these people. Another committee will look into the military aspects. Another committee will look into the trade aspect. Another committee will look into the dispatch the fleet. Fleet means the ships that are coming and going and all these things. So the different committees of COD used to concentrate on different aspects of the company. And in that way, these people used to make decisions and communicate to the company's officers. There they will come and implement it here. This is the basic structure in home government. Whenever you talk about home government during company rule, two words, COP, COD. You will have to make a small change. Next heading, Emosundana? Position of the company in Britain, no? One small change that should be done here is that position of company in Britain, and see the next heading. Companies, government in India, you should interchange these two headings. Actually, the company's government in India should come first. Position of company in Britain should come next. Try to mark it out. How you will mark it out, see it for yourself. Just interchange these two headings. Only headings ante content kuda kada nana. Only headings ante content kuda. I understood your question. He's saying keep that content like that and only change headings ante kaadu. I am saying entire thing will change. Okay. But janalu question valid. I understand. Correct kada mari. If you only change headings, మొత్తం గందరగోళం. Entire content along with content it should change. No one asked me this doubt first time. Okay, let us see. So now we should see what heading we should see now. Companies, government in India. Let us see that. Fast. British people in India had several different factories located. Any factories? Hundreds of factories these people have established. What is a factory in that days? Storehouse. It is not a production place. Okay. Now these people had factories in so many places in India. Across India they had factories. But of all these factories, 3 main bases. Yes please, fast. Bombay, Madras and Calcutta. Now in these 3 places which were the main bases for West India, South India and East India, all these 3, they had a very strong administrative system. Each of this was headed by a president. Later on this president came to be called as governor. President, governor. Again below this governors there will be a council. Yes please. Council. Again there will be some many clerks and all these people. Gurtunda Robert Clive. What was he? Clerk. He was not a governor or anything, but still that they had that capacity. So this was how all these 3 governments used to be there. Remember now some important point. Before Battle of Plassey and Buxar, did the governor of Calcutta have any special powers, or is he equal to all of them? Essentially. But what will happen if once these people have conquered Bombay and after Plassey and Buxar, when they conquered Bengal, now it is not just one city under their control. The entire Bengal kingdom is under their control. Naturally this person's position will be elevated. Governor will become Governor General aitadu mali. Yes or no? Imagine if not for that, if Bombay governor would have first occupied Maharashtra, it would have been Governor General of Bombay or Governor General of Maharashtra. That is how it used to come. Now before conquering Bengal, all the 3 governments at Bombay, Madras and Calcutta, they were, yes please, they were independent of one another. No one is superior or inferior. As a result, what used to happen? Each of these governors, they directly reported to Chepali. COD, this guy reported to COD, he reported separately, they reported separately. The Bombay governor, Madras governor are no way inferior to? No, nothing, no. You are equal everyone. But what happened after 1773 particularly? Can I say there will be some kind of centralization of administration in India? Why? Because of these 3 people, the governor of Calcutta's position got elevated. So naturally, after 1773, you will see a trend towards centralization of administration, as a result of which the governor of Calcutta kind of started becoming Governor General of Bengal, because he's not just a governor of Calcutta, he's Governor General of Bengal. So naturally, that will make Governor of Bombay and Governor of Madras a bit subordinate to him. So this was how government in India structure was like this. Home government structure is COD, COP. Here when you talk, you are simply talking Governor of Calcutta, Governor of Bombay, Governor of Madras. Each of them independent of one another till 1773. But from 1773, these will become subordinate to that guy. There is one word which I want to explain. Initially, they were called presidents, na? And I do not know how many of you have heard this. The British ruled many areas in India directly. These areas will be generally called as British India provinces. But of these provinces, Bombay, Madras and Bengal were generally sometimes called as Because they were the main basis, no? And why are you calling them presidencies? Because initially the head was not called governor, he was called president. That is why you used to call them as presidencies. But later on the name changed. So again, you will never call United. There was another province called United Provinces. That is what you call today UP. In those days it was called United Provinces after annexation of Awadh. Awadh is UP. After annexing Awadh, it is not Awadh anymore. It has become a part of British Indian Empire. So you gave a name United. You will never find United Presidency. You will never find any other presidency. Only presidencies are called three: Bombay, Bengal, Madras. Why are you calling them presidencies? Initially their head was called president. That's why you are calling presidencies. Okay, that's it about it. Now this is the government structure in Britain, government structure in India. Let us see the next heading. The company's position in Britain and the company's position in India. Firstly, company's position in Britain. Now, who conquered Britain, India for Britain? Company. Now, company has taken so much of pain to conquer India. Will the company deserve some kind of privileges? Yes, please. What are the two important privileges that the company was enjoying? One is commercial privilege. We all know what is that commercial privilege and monopoly of trade. No one else can trade with India except British Indian Company, because they are the one who have actually started the trade, taking all the risk. Now this we have already seen many times, but now I am introducing a new monopoly. Yes, please. An administrative privilege these people are enjoying. What is that administrative privilege, please, fast? All the company officers who have to serve in India will be appointed by the COD. A company undi kada akkada. They will decide who will be the Governor General. They will decide who will be the Governor. Every small soldier, last clerk unada, everyone who has to serve in India, all the company officers, right from the last clerk till the highest Governor General, will be decided only by COD. There is no exam, nothing. No, simply they will appoint their own friends and relatives and all these people. They used to sell the positions for money, and that system is called Cheppali patronage system. What is a patron? Who is a patron, please? A supporter, a father figure. We discussed this, if you remember. Indian kings should have been patrons but became clients. So patron, who is supporting whom here? Why are you calling this patronage system? COD is supporting all the company officers in India. Now you please tell me, will there be some enemies to the company in Britain? Yes. Why? Don't you think Britain will have other traders and merchants? They will feel pain. Why? They can't participate in the huge profitable trade with India. Only British East India Company. So will these merchants always try to break the trade monopoly of the British East India Company? Yes. If it's broken, what will happen? What is the advantage to them? They can also trade with India. They can also make profits. The only choice now, when British East India Company was enjoying trade monopoly, only way, if another merchant wants to trade with India, he has to either make a deal with British East India Company or he has to buy shares in British East India Company. No other way. You cannot, because you can't trade directly. So the main aim of these people will be to break the trade monopoly. Now even this is a problem for some people. Will some people also hate this? You know, the salaries of the company's officers in India were one of the highest in the world at that time. Companies officers who were serving in India, their salaries were one of the highest in the world at that time. Don't you think the many youth in Britain will want to get access to these positions? Yes. But then is there any fair selection system there? No. It is all COD is simply appointing its own members there. So naturally many people did not like even the administrative privileges. They wanted to somehow get rid of these privileges, and that's the reason, because company was enjoying. But then are these privileges justified to some extent? Yes or no? Justified to some extent until now. Yes. Because the company is the one who actually conquered India. So naturally that, okay, but then the very word privilege means a special treatment. But then you cannot expect special treatment forever. That's wrong. Yes. So there were many enemies or opponents of the company in Britain. Can you tell me a few of them? First, there will be, okay, British merchants we just now saw. Who is the enemy? Why? Why they have a problem? They are not able to participate in the trade. Second, British artisans, important point, artisans or manufacturers. These people are the ones who are making some goods in Britain. Suppose these people are making woolen textiles. What was the company doing? Was it producing goods, or was it simply buying goods from India and selling there? Yes. What were they buying in India? Do you think they were buying raw cotton? No, these people were buying finished textiles. Particularly in India, obviously we were using a superior quality of cotton textiles. And when the company was coming to India, buying Indian cotton textiles and selling them back in Britain, who is losing their markets? British manufacturers. No one is buying their goods here. Everyone is buying the goods that are brought by company. So naturally these people will hate the company. There's no doubt about it. Third, British politicians were also afraid of the company. Why? Because this company officers, if you remember, when they used to go back with so much of wealth that they were generally called as Nawabs. And now, don't you think with wealth, with economic prosperity, you also start getting political influence, yes or no? But Ambani, do you think is only a businessman, or does he also have a lot of political influence? He may not be a politician, but many MPs, MLAs will be in his hand. He'll simply throw like this, make this bill anta ayipothadi. Yes, ante kingmakers kada. They will, from the back they will play. So those people who become wealthy, there is a natural consequence that political influence will come. So now British politicians in Britain are afraid that, what are they afraid of? That the company's officers who are coming back to India with so much of wealth, their political influence on the British Parliament is increasing so much. So they are afraid that they want to check the power of the company. So company has so many enemies. Did I also write about British industrialists? Did I? Yes, please. Now, this is an interesting point actually, the British industrialists. This is a class of people who were not there since the first day. No, company was there in India from when? 1608. At that time, will British merchants be there? British artisans were there at that time. British politicians were there at that time. But who were not there? British industrialists was not there. British industrialists come only after 1750s. Why? There is something called Industrial Revolution that happens in Britain in 1750s. Only after Industrial Revolution you will get industrialists. But of all these four members who hated the company, these three people, although they hated the company, they could not do anything to the company. Who is the one who came last? Industrialists, and they were the most powerful. And finally, if anyone was able to break these privileges, it was the industrialists, who will see that very shortly. What did I write about these people? Let me see. Each of them is like this. Okay. I did not write any specific upon industrialists. I simply said industrialists are one of the members. Okay. We will see that now very shortly. Now this is the position of the if company had enemies, it will also have a lot of supporters. Who are the supporters? Two people. First of all, the company's officers are there in Britain. The COD members and all the rich people, they themselves will support the company, obviously. The second most important one is the crown. Why is the crown supporting? Profits. They are getting a percentage of profits. So that's why even the crown was supporting the company. So what used to every time happen, whenever an act will be passed, what will happen? Think. Whenever an act is going to be passed about the company, what will the opponents try to do? They will try to oppose what? The privileges. What will the supporters try to do? They will try to restore, keep the privileges, and these people are trying to remove the privileges. Now you please tell me, which side will win over a period of time? Think and tell. Privileges, can they continue forever? No. Naturally, these supporters and enemies, they will have debates every time before an act. They will try to cut the privileges. They will try to preserve the privileges. As a compromise, they will try to satisfy some of their demands, Instead of removing all privileges in one go, what they will do? step by step by step, they will remove the privileges. And in the Charter Acts that you are going to study very shortly, you will see that with every Charter Act, what is happening to the privileges? And finally, by 1853 Charter Act, both the privileges have been removed completely. The economic privileges and administrative, both of them will be removed. And that is why, and 1857 when revolt happened, what happened? They said when their company there is no privileges, and if you keep company in the hand, if you keep India in the hands of the company, we may lose India itself. So remove the company and JPS, then you will not have anything called as, if any person is talking about a Charter Act 1861 and ante, you can understand very intelligent person. Avuna? Enduku? There is no, now what is this Charter Act law? What is this charter? Can you please tell me? Which charter am I talking about? Which year? 1600 charter. I told you this previously. The legal relationship between the crown and the company is based on what? Not just on any simple words. You have to be in a written form. The first charter was in 1600. And when you are telling Charter Act 1793, Charter Act 1813, Charter Act 1833, what you are essentially referring is that the relationship between the crown and the company has changed, and that will be reflected in the charter. So that's why the reason you are calling it as a Charter Act. So it's very, very clear after 1857. Yes, please. You cannot use the word Charter Act. Asal undadu. If you are using it, you are simply, you don't understand what is the meaning of this word charter. When the company is itself not there, how can there be a Charter Act? It is not radu. And if you will see, the names of the acts are also very, very important. So now this is the position of the company in Britain. Let us see what is the position of the company in India. Position of company in India. I will draw a small timeline. I want you people to answer that, okay? In this period, company is only, Pakka? Sure. Company is only, we are talking about what is the position of the company in India. From 1608 till 1757, they are just traders. Did they have any political power? No. From 1757, can I say, till 1857, they are also having political power. Okay. From 1757 till 1772. Why am I using 1772 as a, okay, 1773 at them exact, because regulating act comes there. In this period, was company ruling India? Yes. But did it have any guidance or control from British government there? No, they left. So here it is company ruled India, there is no doubt about it, with independently, without control of British government. What happened after 1773? It is ruling India, but under the control of the British, with regulation from British government over there. As simple as that. That's why once you understand the concept, it will become easy. Company ruled India, no doubt, but under the control of the British government. Okay, that is all the position of the company in India. It was changing. It was trader, then it became a political power. Even within political power, for some time it exercised political power independently. But when the British government understood that these people are not able to do it properly, they took it under their control, and company ruled India, but under the guidance and control of the British Parliament and British government over there. Next, now we are going to enter a very nice topic. It is in this side only, in that heading only. Now, for you people, polity cover in the? Can't ask you a question then. A small definition, anyone can, basic definition. Constitution. A set of rules according to which the government has to rule a country. Okay. So, rules by which a country must be ruled, governed. A very basic definition. Now you think and tell me properly. Before British rule, Did you have any such kind of constitution or rules in India? Did any Mughal Empire rules rashida? Did anyone check them? Whether these people, Mughal rulers or Mauryan rulers, Guptas or Vijayanagar Empire, that whether you are following these rules or not, did anyone check? No. So essentially, what was happening is when I say, from you only told me from 1773 to 1857, companies ruling India, but under British government, which means British government sitting in London over there, they were giving instructions, telling the company officers in India that you have to rule India. We gave you time initially from 1765 to 72. Did we tell you rule like this, rule like that? We gave you freedom, you ruled, but you did a mistake. So after that, we started giving you rules. You must rule India according to these rules. So now someone is giving some written rules saying that, hey, company officers, you cannot rule India as you like. You have to rule India according to these rules. So now you tell me, when British Parliament is passing an act and giving to these people, telling them follow these rules, will it also check whether these people are following that or not? Or they'll simply leave and expect that they're following? No, full checking untadi. Any mistake, what will happen? If these people are not following these rules, when these governors, governor generals, forget about clerks and soldiers, marchipondi. I'm saying even the governor, Warren Hastings, first governor general, kada? When he went back to Britain, what happened to him? For nearly 7 years, he was under prosecution. He was under legal prosecution for what he did in India. In India, what was he? Governor General, kada? Any deviation from the rules, what he has in India, everything used to be reported to the British government, and after the term, he is answerable there. He has to go there, and that judge untadu, he will sit and ask, Warren Hastings, in 1773, so and so date, you did so and so thing, explain us. Why? In 1774, there was a difference in the expenditure and revenue accounts. Give an explanation. Why are they being so strict? India is so rich. Any mistakes here, they will lose India. Enta strict gu unta. Are Governor General, they will not live here. Almost every Governor General, the fate is same. They are not, in India he may be Governor General. Once his term is finished, when he goes back, he will, for all his acts of omission and commission, he will be responsible, held responsible, because you are given power to do certain activities. We are given you rules. Whether you follow those rules or not, any deviation, you will be questioned here. Now you see, ante first time India is getting something. What? Cheppalandi. Government in India, that is, whoever is governing India, it doesn't matter. They have to govern according to rules. And these governor generals, governors, officers in India, can they rule India as they want? No, yeah. And these rules will be given to each of them, every officer, and they have to rule according to rules. And if they don't, I just now said, they have to basically. They have to rule by rules only, otherwise they will be questioned and tortured over back in Britain over there. So you see that a government in India is getting a very, very proper shape in the form of rules, and that is why when you come to your polity, why did I ask that question, polity aindha leda? How many of you have seen this? I think I talked about this point. If you'll go and see this book called Lakshmikant, Bible of Polity antaru kada, adi chuste, if you see the first chapter, historical background and untundi kada. In this, the entire chapter is nothing but ikkandi start ayyi, they will come till 1935 Government of India Act and ostadi. Entidi? What is all this thing? This is nothing but a evolution of the rules by which India had to be ruled or governed. Now you tell me, who was making these rules? Was it Indians? No. Who is making? British people are making rules how to rule India. And all these rules, when they were making them in the form of acts. Now, just imagine, how do you think the British Parliament members were making these acts? I wrote one paragraph. Let me see if anyone can give me a hint. How do you think British MPs, Member of Parliament, where are they sitting? Britain. How will they make an act about India? Discussing about the reports. Gurtunda, when company asked loan, what is the first step the British government did? Chapal. Committee. Now these people, British Parliament, what they used to do is they will appoint committees and they will tell, go to India, study the situation over there, you submit the reports. Based on that reports, they will understand, okay, the system is like this, these are the problems. So they will sit, they will discuss, they will debate, each report, every point will be debated and then they will prepare a, no, this system is not good. We will bring a new system. Or if the system is good, we will bring this changes in the system. And slowly, okay, central level government, we should do like this. Provincial level government, we should do like this. And Governor General should have these powers. Governor General should have these functions. Governors, your functions are these. Your powers are these. And all these people sitting back in Britain used to make these acts. I just want you all to read one paragraph. Not one, 2 to 3 paragraphs are there. I will just tell you. Position of the company in India, 1, 2, 3, 4th para tarvata. 5th para, what is the first line of the 5th para? So, since 1773, that para is there. I want you all to read from that para till the next page, last para of that heading, fastly. Some 4 to 5 paras are there. If I am making you read a para, it's understood it is important. I need not tell you again that it is important. Put a star mark over there. I will not tell prelims importance, mainly mains importance untavi cheptunanu. Those paragraphs are important for your mains. Please read and understand. Fast, please. Fast. Read, please. Done? Did you find some important points there? Yes, please. So can I say your polity, what you will study in your polity is also coming from history? History lonche vastadi. Okay. 1 or 2 points I will tell. So all these acts gave a constitution to India and it replaced rule of men with rule of law.
You see that line there? The paragraph, nevertheless and a parallel last line, they replaced rule of men with a rule of law. Before that, no. Jahangir will come, he will come and rule his way. Aurangzeb will come, Adishtam. Ante. There is no set of rules according to which they have to govern. Nothing. No one is there to check. But here you have a check on that. And did you see how Parliament took a lot of care? Nothing they will do randomly. Everything based on reports, committees, discussions, debates. Yes, no, they will fight out. Then finally they will come. And there's also one or two points. Is that last line in that paragraph, you see, moreover paragraph. On the whole, a systematic approach to governance was the hallmark. Please underline that line. What differentiates British government from all the previous governments of India was what? What is the hallmark? Nana? Systematic approach with based on written rules and all these things. That is the most important feature. Whatever they did it in efficient manner. Okay. And why did they do this? Because they cannot lose India, which is the richest colony in their empire. So important was India. And after passing an act, will they simply leave it like that, or will they time to time ensure that system will be changed? Because they know today they passed an act, but 20 years down the line, what is the guarantee that the situations will be changed? Same. So they may change. So according to the changes, they also want to bring changes in the administrative system also. All these things are important. Now, direct crown rule, you can see it. Now let us see how many acts have written over there. 12 acts are there. Keep it in mind, almost every year, you will get one prelims question from this. 2023 also, they asked a question from these acts. This year they asked from, did not ask directly from act. How did they ask? Something like this. The Governor General of India was mentioned first time in which of these acts? They gave a 4 acts list. Answer is 1833. That's how. Sure, one question almost all from prelims. Mains they've asked, I think, 2 questions on mains from these acts till now. But acts are more favorite area for prelims examination. First, let us see the list of those acts. Please tell me, do you find any pattern in the years? Every 20 years you will see some acts are being passed. Let us see. First, listen. 1773, 1784, 1793, 1813, 1833, 1835, 53. If you remove this one act, you will see a clear pattern of 20 years. Yes or no? Yes. Actually, this act would not have been there at all if this act would have been successful. Because it failed, they had to break the pattern and to come with an act in 1784. If you remember yesterday's class, today also I told this in the very beginning. In 1784, what is the position of the British in India? Second Mysore War ayindana. By 1784, something happened in America. That American Revolution, by 1783, they lost American colonies. Now, can they afford to lose India? They lost one colonies. American colonies are already gone, 83. Now, you cannot afford to lose Indian colonies now. You have to put more focus on India. And that's why, that is one reason why they came up with the Pitt's India Act. Actually, now you please tell me, what is the guarantee that when you attempt a thing for the first time, you will be successful? Guarantee unda? Ledu. Can I say 1773, when did the company ask loan? 72. The British government immediately passed the act in the very next year in a hurry. And at that point of time, the British Parliament sitting there, they still did not have a complete understanding of the position in India. But they immediately had to pass some act. So they passed it in a hurry. And because of that, that act turned out to be a failure. And they took 11 years to realize it. And by 1784, when they lost American colonies there, they found that no, we have to give more care for India. And in 1784, Second Anglo-Mysore War finished. They were not able to defeat Marathas. They were not able to defeat Hyderabad. They were not able to defeat even Mysore, even though Hyder Ali died. Even then they could not defeat. Then some people started thinking, no, we should make some change over here. Otherwise, if not for these conditions, this act would not have been there. So the structure will be very, very clear. You will find every 20 years, the government will review the functioning of the company in India and they will pass a act. Now, you observe something. After 1853, you will not find a pattern in the years. See that? After 1853, you will not find any pattern in the years. Random years unte 58, 92, 61, 92, 1909, 1919, 1935. Again, though these don't have a pattern, there is a logic why they came in that year. For example, 58, 1858, why an act will come? 1857 revolt. 1861 is also related to 1858 or 1857 revolt only. That's why they came one after the other. 1892, actually it came because of 1885 something happened. Congress was formed. So if you wish, you can write down there in the acts brackets itself. Near 1858, what is the reason? 1857 revolt. Go ahead and write fast. Bracket. 1857 revolt. 1861 act is also because of 1857 revolt only. 1861 act is also because of 1857 revolt only. 1892 is because of formation of Congress in 1885. Formation of Congress in 1885. 1909 kada? 1909, next one. You know what is this? Swadeshi movement winner. Swadeshi. Last year, this year they gave a question on Swadeshi movement in prelims. Prelims starting pains lo this year 2023 Melo jarigindi kada. Write in brackets. Due to Swadeshi movement from 1905 to 1908. Soon after they suppressed the Swadeshi movement, they came out with this act. Next act enti? 1919. Why? Raskondi, due to World War I, end of World War I. World War I ended in 1919. Last, 1935, due to civil disobedience movement. You might have heard about salt satyagraha, Gandhi going, taking salt and all these things. That is the thing. Yes, Dandi March, exactly. 1935 is due to civil disobedience movement. And you will not find any pattern in the years you see. You will not find any pattern. And now you tell me, looking at these years, which ones after 1850s, this thing, 1858, 61, 92, 1909, 1919, 35. Now all these acts are coming due to some events before them. Now you please tell me, in this handout, if you'll see, I've stopped till here with this act. Why did I not go and discuss these acts? Think and tell me. Unless until you actually understand the preceding event, without Swadeshi, making you understand Swadeshi movement, how can I tell you 1909 Act? Without telling you World War I cannot explain this. So what will I do with this, all these acts from 1858? We will study these acts not in a list. We will study them whenever the context comes. When Swadeshi movement is done, I will discuss 1909. When we do formation of Congress, if you remember, national movement to 3 phases vastaya. Cheptara? Orderly cheppala. Moderates, extremists, Gandhian phase kada. In moderate phase, we will study this. When 1857 I will discuss, I will make you 58 and 61. 1857 these two. Congress, moderate phase these two. Swadeshi movement this. World War I this. Civil disobedience this. I hope you understood that. That's the reason I did not include them here. Even if I include, you will not be able to understand and appreciate them. But now, let us come to the names. I just now showed you pattern in what? Years. Do you find some pattern in the names also? See? Yes, clearly you can find a pattern in the names also. First act is called regulating. Why? It is understood. First time British government is regulating whom? Companies. Activities where? In India. So they gave the name Regulating Act. Next act, I said, next act is actually should not have come in the series, but it was put by a person. He was the Prime Minister of Britain at that time. If Prime Minister as William Pitt, one peru. That's why it's called as Pitt's India Act. He put the act, so you're calling it as Pitt's India Act. If Prime Minister of a country is taking care, he felt that urgency, that is why you don't have any pattern there. After that you see, 93, 1813, 33, 53, all are called Charter Acts. Why? It is company which is ruling. So naturally it is very fine to call it as a Charter Act, Charter Acts. After 1853, will you find charters? No way. It is after 1853, you will find 1858 Act, it's okay because it's a transition. From company rule, you are coming to crown rule. So that, what is the heading? Act for Good Government of India. From 1861, 90 to 1909, what are these three acts called? Indian Councils Act. Now, don't think that these names have been given randomly. If they call a Charter Act, there is a reason why they are calling it Charter Act, I told you. If they are calling this as Indian Councils Act, there is also some logic over there. Sometime back, if you remember, government in India, the Bombay, Bengal, Madras, each of these people had a highest officer, governor kada. Below that governor, what used to be there? Councils. Hey, చెప్పినారు ఇప్పుడే ఏంద్రా బాబు ఇదే పిల్లలతో వచ్చిన బాధ మీకు తెలియకపోతే నేను చెప్పలే ఈచ్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్ హ్యాడ్ అ గవర్నర్ చెప్పినా జస్ట్ నౌ బిలో దెమ్ కౌన్సిల్ below them council, below them council. After 1857 revolt, some people in India suggested to the British that, why do you think the revolt happened? Because you are ruling, you are Britishers, you are ruling Indians. You don't know anything about us. You don't know anything about us and you are simply dominating and ruling us. So if you allow some of the Indians to come and sit inside these councils, what will happen? They will tell you the ground level situation. So probably the acts that you are going to make will be reflecting some of our representation to Indians. So now because Indians are being allowed into the councils, you call these acts as Indian Councils Acts. Now do you think they did it out of love for us? Obviously no. Yes, no, definitely. They want to give us a feeling, angels, huh? We are taking your perspectives while making laws. Be happy. So that we don't revolt again like we did in 1857. Now you please tell me, can there be an Indian Councils Act before 1857? Impossible. Logically it cannot come. If a person is telling Councils Acts 1833 ante, namaste. Great annanu. You are a very conceptual person ante male. If a person is telling Charter Act 1861, malla great adu. Enduku? Company lede. Company rule has ended. How can you get, see, after 1858, you cannot get Charter Act. Before 1861, you cannot get Councils Acts. Now, 3 times they passed Councils Acts. Later on, what are the acts? Government of India Acts. Now you know what they're doing. Initially, what they did, inside these councils, they allowed Indians. Now they're telling these councils, that executive councils will be there, legislative councils will be there in the 2 councils types, legislative, executive. There they will now tell that it is not just we are allowing Indians into the councils, we will make these Indians in the councils responsible to the Indian citizens antadu. Till now, who can ask questions from, if the Governor General is sitting in India, his officers, his members and all are answerable to whom? British government, no? Now, from the 1919 Act, they are telling, we will be answerable to Indians also. It's not only Indians. Obviously, essentially, they are British people. They're saying, to some extent, we will become. Why are we doing like this? Till now, did they ever give explanation to Indians? They never gave. Why are you doing like this? And our wish. You need not give any answer. But from now onwards, they are saying we will be answerable to Indians for our actions. So now whose government it is? It is truly Government of India. Na? That is why they use the word now, you see. 1919, 1935 acts are called as, whose government it is? Your government, because we are giving you answers, Government of India. So that is how slowly our constitution will improve. Now I will make you write certain points beside these things. Please write down. ఒక్క నిమిషం ఆగండి, whether I'll do it here or later. You have written the points from 1858, na? Just now I made you write some points. From 1858, you have written that why each of these things, okay? ఒక పని చేయండి, ఐ డోంట్ థింక్ సో యూ విల్ బి ఏబుల్ టు ఫిట్ ఇట్ దేర్. వద్దులేండి, I'll make you write when I come inside there only. Okay, now what we really need to do is take each of these acts and do them one by one. But initially I will do it till only 1853. Let us take the first one, regulating act. Keep your notes aside, bring your notes, because I'll have to write some charts and all these things. Now, very frankly, how many of you have read this? One, okkaru, bah, two, పేకండి ఇంకా నాట్ స్టడీడ్. క్లబ్బా ఇట్లా చేస్తే a small punishment for you all, okay? అంతే, చదవలే, ఆ పనిష్మెంట్ చెప్తా, వెయిట్. I will just put the chart, but I will not explain. No, I asked you to read and come. Tomorrow I will tell, sir. You read and come, I'll tell. Okay, go ahead. Now you start this, it's a slightly big chart, okay? You're starting from the left hand side and we'll expand it till here. చేస్తానులేండి, ఏం చేస్తా. Okay, first point. Now if you, I know you did not study, no? Open that handout first. Every act, if you see, first heading, common heading, please tell me. Circumstances leading to that act. Will anyone pass an act for just like that? Or is there should there be some reason? Yes, 1773 Act, if they want to pass, they every time they will pass an act. Now just look at Pitt's India Act, just 2 to 3 pages later. What is the first heading? Fast. Pitt's India Act, circumstances leading. Next act. Circumstances. Next point, 1813 kelandi. 1813. Circumstances. Do you find it, please? First heading ade untadi. Now, for every act, 2 points. All the acts you will get the same headings. Please write down in the first act, 1773 Act, circumstances leading to that act. Write down in bracket like this. And what was the need for passing this act? Why did you pass this act? Anedi, you will read there. Next heading generally will be main provisions. Yes or no? That is, why you passed the act is finished. Next question should be, what is there inside that act? You should also see that. So the provisions will be bracket what is there inside that act. Now you please think and tell me what will be there inside that act. What are acts, first of all? Rules, instructions being given by the parliament to the officers in India. Whether it is companies, they will give it to company and company will give it to company officers. Otherwise, directly the parliament will give to the British officers. So acts is nothing but they will tell, rule like this, don't do this, don't do this. That's all you will find there, okay? Let us start going into the Regulating Act 1773, the structure. Treasury, Secretary of State. If you read and come, you will understand better. These are where the Treasury and Secretary of State in India. They are in Britain. They are in England. Revenue reports. Civil and military reports. Who is submitting? COD. Are these company? These two, do they belong to company? What are they? British government. This company. Before 1773, did the COD ever submit any kind of reports to the government? No. And now why are they asking to submit to the government? Because we saw what you did there. So we don't have any faith in you. Whatever you are doing there, you have to submit those reports to the government. The Treasury Department, what are you submitting? Your revenue reports. The civil and military reports, you are submitting it to a Secretary of State officer in the British government. Now without the reports, I cannot know now. What are you doing there? How will I control you? When can I control you? When I know what you have done there. If I have some reports in my hand, I will ask you questions. Hey, why did you do like this and all? When I don't have questions, how will I hold you accountable? It is not possible. So that is the one thing we can easily see there. Now COD is the highest authority in the company, and the company's highest authority is forced to submit reports to the government. Next. Some changes have happened in the COD. The number actually was fixed at 24. The election method was changed from 1 year to 4 years, every 4 years. And the 1/4 members had to retire every year. One-fourth members had to retire every year. And in the COP, there is one more change. This is A, B, C, D. In the COP, the right to vote. Who all can vote, it seems, in the COP? Those people from 500 to 1000 share untundannadi. Antena? 500 pounds to 1000 pounds. Previously, those shareholders who had 500 pounds can vote. But now they are saying only those people who have at least 1000 pound share can vote. 500 pounds to 1000 pounds. So, can I say, think and tell me, are these changes in government of India or are these changes in home government? Home government. Because British government has two aspects. What? Home government there and government of India here. You are only clearly telling it is a change in home government. Now, who will report to COD? Now COD is giving reports to these people. How is COD getting these reports? Where? Heaven chostunaya. Ekkan chostunai. Someone from India will be sending these reports. Who? Governor General of Bengal. Because till now there is no Governor General of Bengal, actually speaking. Yes or no? It was only Governor of Calcutta. That's it. But now, because they have conquered Bengal, let us see some changes that are happening in India. Reports. In India. In India, keep writing. Governor of Bombay, Governor of Madras. Actually, this guy is Governor of Bengal. But what happened to his position now? He is made elevated to Governor General of Bengal. Governor General of Bengal. Naturally, he is controlling a territory far greater than these two governors. Now, obviously, when he is elevated, will these people now report independently to COD? Independently, they will give reports to COD. Yeah? No, that is the reason why he is made general. Imagine if he would also be called governor, they will give independently. So keep writing. Now, what is happening in Bombay will be reported to Governor General of Bengal. What is happening in Madras, he will also report to Governor General of Bengal. And this Governor General of Bengal will send reports to COD. Ante kada na? Governor, later on, go back home and write it more neatly. Okay. It's a big chart. One chart we are fixing entire act unda. All the points we are putting in one chart itself. Later on, if you wish, go back and write it like this instead of writing like this. It will have a greater space. Okay. Governor General of Bengal. Now, this man is elevated. Next. Now, don't you think, okay, you can write, who is the first Governor General of Bengal then? Warren Hastings. Don't you think Governor General of Bengal is having additional responsibilities now? Greater responsibility? Yes or no? Yes. Obviously, he will require a council to assist him. Yes. Please keep writing. ఇక్కడ ఒక్క నిమిషం నాన్న. Here, Governor Bombay and Governor of Madras, I can write one point. They were subordinated to GGB in certain matters. This is nothing but beginning of centralization of administration. Now can you see this guy has become very powerful Governor General of Bengal? There is a need to check his power or no? Unda? You have to check. So these people, what did they do? They created a council and a Supreme Court has been created. A Supreme Court has been created to check. Now all the points related to council, you can write it here. All the points related to Supreme Court, you'll write it like this. First, council, how many members were there? It seems 4 members were there. The decision was taken by majority decisions. And once the decision has been taken, it is binding on the Governor General of Bengal. Which means once the council says something, he cannot go against it. He has to abide by the decision. They say yes, yes, no, no, you cannot do. How many members? 4 members. Decisions are taken by majority and the final decision is binding on the Governor General. Likewise, some points you can write about the Supreme Court is it functioned on the British customs, not on Indian customs. It had both original and appellate jurisdiction. Do you understand what is appellate and original jurisdiction? Original means you can directly approach a court. Appellate means you can go by appeals. By a lower court decision you are not satisfied, you can go to a higher court by appeal. That's called an appellate jurisdiction. The Supreme Court had both of these. Next, how many members were there? 1 CJI, Chief Justice, and 3 Peon judges. They are one type of judges which is not necessary for us. Peon, S is silent. Peon judges. And the first CJI was Elijah Impey. Elijah Impey was the first this guy. And its jurisdiction, what all it covered in the jurisdiction? It covered all public servants of the company, all British subjects. It included all the British subjects, that is including Indians, and it included all the cases. That is why it's called Supreme Court. All cases, all public servants of company, all British subjects were subjected to Supreme Court. Now that is one diagram which is actually explaining maximum of that act. Let us see what is there inside that act. Kindly read the 3 points. Come to provisions. Changes in England and changes in India. Read changes in India. Changes in England is already there on the board. Very fastly and try, you saw the chart. Try to relate what you saw in the chart to what you are going to read now. The 3 points. Very fast, please. Go. You'll understand how to make your notes. I will draw charts for all the acts. Don't worry. Anni acts kesta. Read, చదవండి. Read the changes in India, please. From tomorrow, do not expect I'll give you any time like this. It's not possible. మీకోసమే మాఫ్ చేసిన చేయండి. అవును మళ్ళీ ఆ పనిష్మెంట్ ఇవ్వాలా. ఫ్రమ్ టుమారో యూ ట్రై అండ్ సీ, డెఫినెట్లీ యుల్ ఐ విల్ స్కిప్ సర్టెన్ టాపిక్స్ వదిలేస్తా. వార్నింగ్. ఇఫ్ యూ డోంట్ రీడ్ అండ్ కమ్ ఐ విల్ స్కిప్ ఎంటైర్ టాపిక్స్. యూ కెనాట్ గో అండ్ కంప్లైంట్ ఆల్సో. చేసుకోండి ఫాస్ట్గా. రీడ్ ప్లీజ్. Changes in India, 3 points are there. Go ahead. Fast. Done. Almost there in the diagram. Maximum points. If any points are missing, you later on add to a bigger chart that you make. Okay. Most of the acts, actually acts and Gandhana, 99% of your notes should be like this only. Obviously, everything will not come in one day. You practice and practice. You will try put everything in chart forms. It will be really, really helpful for your mains answer writing. Okay. Significance. What is the importance of this act? Let us see it fastly from the handout itself. I have given you two paragraphs over there. I will just make you underline 1 or 2 lines. See the first line. The act made a beginning in the system of a written constitution. First time someone is giving rules for India, that you have to rule according India according to these rules, and if you don't, you will be punished. Who will be punished? Even the Governor General will not be left. He will be questioned. I told you just now, Warren Hastings, first guy, 6-7 years he underwent prosecution over there. He was answerable. So that is one line that you will need to underline. The rest of the para is carrying an explanation of that. Come to the second para. It also marked the first legal interference by the British government in the functioning of the company. That is the second significance. In the same para, the last line, it also represents the first step towards centralization of administration in India. So the significance of this act are 3. First, it is a beginning in the written constitution for India. It is the first legal interference of the British government in the company's activities. First, it is the first step towards centralization of administration in India. Now, kindly read the next heading. Please do not make me waste such time here, because if I don't have the feeling that you have read, I don't get that flow. That is my problem as a teacher. Once I have the feeling that you people have read and come, naku confidence untadi. But without reading, I feel very, this thing, I don't get that freedom. Please read the next 2 paragraphs in shortcomings and the redressal. Please, fast. 2 paras, shortcomings and the redressals. That is, this act had some weaknesses. What are the defects and weaknesses? Please see. Okay. What was the main purpose of the act? To secure some control for the government over the company's activity. Did this act succeed, it seems? No. Why? Why it failed? Are they don't know the real situation in India. The first time they're doing, no? First time you're bound to fail. Yes or no? And India is not a small country. You have to understand the situations and all. So because they actually did not know the ground situation in India, their solution, because they don't know the problem only correctly, obviously the solution will also be wrong. And because they do not know the situation there properly, they also kept many of the provisions vague. Are, when will you be very, very sure? When you know the problem very sure? Your answer can also be sure. Are, yaar, this is the problem, this is the solution. When I myself do not know the situation properly, so will I leave some space for some adjustments? Yes. So that is why some provisions are very, very vague. And now you please tell me, in law, can you keep anything vague? Law lo vague పెట్టినానంటే then there is no clarity there. Yeah, you don't know what is correct and when the law is itself not telling properly, then how will you rule anything? So there was a lot of vagueness in this act. Problem is the vagueness is not accidental, it is actually deliberately they put it vague. Why did they put it vague? Because they don't know the situation properly there. So to give some space, they kept it vague. But because of this, there were too many problems that were coming up. No one has any clarity. What is happening? You are subordinate and subordinate. In what matters? No one knows. Sometime back, in the chart you see, near Governor General of Bombay and Governor of Madras, what did I write? Subordinated in certain matters. Now, when I use the word certain, what is certain? Which matters? No clarity. So I'll tell I am subordinate to you in this matter. You will say, no, I am not subordinate. I am subordinate to you in other matters. Can there be a space for debate in this word certain? Yes or no? Clarity is not there. So like that, there were so many vague provisions. But still, this was a kind of an experiment they were trying to conduct. And what is the main principle on which this act was based? Corruption check cheyali etla. Checks and balances. They don't want any one person or one position to become extremely powerful. And who is the highest authority in India? Governor General of Bengal. Did these people put any checks on him? Did this act put any? See the diagram and tell me. The council is putting a check on him? Yes or no? Because he cannot take decisions by himself. Who has to take the decisions? Council, and the decision is binding. What do you mean by binding? Once they say you have to do, they don't have. Governor General does not have any option. If they say yes, yes, no, no. Supreme Court is also checking this guy's activities. Yes, please. Now you please, problem etuntadante. When you have too much checks, also you don't want to act. Yes or no? For everything that you will do, they will come and catch your neck. Would you want to do? No, you will simply say, hey, I did not do anything, council did that. You will feel, you will not have that initiative. You don't want to do things. Now, do you think is this too much of control? Is it really beneficial? No. Again, it is going to work. What you want to do, the act is doing exactly the opposite of it. They want an efficient and accountable government. This government is neither efficient nor accountable properly. So that is why you will see this act actually ended up as a very bad failure. And what are the defects in these acts? You will find in the next 3 to 4 points I've written there. While making notes, I got that idea a bit later on. What I did there was, if you'll see, bullet points, how many? 4? 4 bullet points. What I did, in each of this bullet point, I wrote the defect in the act, one defect, and in the brackets following that I'd say the rectification. Again, second, what is the defect and what is the rectification bracket. While making notes, you can actually make it in a different way. You can simply put a table like this. What is the first defect? What is the defect and rectification? Again, second defect. What is the defect and rectification? That will be a better way instead of putting that kind of thing. Very fastly finish that off. So chadavandi, meer chadukunna rapote, it will be difficult for me. You will only waste your time. You're done reading that, you can start writing this. A chart for next act, Fits India Act. First read, then only write. I'll explain that also. I'll explain the defects also, just to save some time. Keep writing. If you're done reading, fast. Fast. I'll explain everything. Write down. నాన్న చదవండి రా, చదవండి లేదా రాయండి ప్లీజ్. ఫాస్ట్. That is the entire chart for your Fits India Act. Fast, please. I'll explain both. First, I'll explain the defects, and then we'll go and discuss this. Start from the left hand side and keep proceeding. If you ఫోటో తీసేసుకుంటారు అయిపోతుందా? రాసుకోండి ఏం కాదు, రాసుకోండి, మళ్ళీ నాకు తలనొప్పి. If you don't understand any words, you can ask. From left hand side, I'm discussing COD. It has two functions: commercial or trade functions, political or ruling function. Government does not regulate commercial functions, but it wants to regulate political functions. How it wants to regulate political functions? It created a new department, BOC, composition and functions. 6 members, all are appointed by Crown. COE, SOS, the full forms will be, you will see in your handout. Chancellor of Exchequer, Secretary of State, 4 Privy Council members. If you don't understand any word, you can ask. All appointed by crown, Nana. Crown. All appointed by crown. COE. You can write short forms only. Later on, you will write full forms when you make your own final notes. Chancellor of Exchequer. COE means. SOS is Secretary of State. 4 Privy Council members. All these people are in Britain only. Functions to regulate the political activities of company in India. BOC has no independent executive authority. Done? Change. First, on the right. Dual government is power sharing between crown and company. If you have read and come, no, I would directly explain from this and go. మళ్ళా ఇప్పుడు మీరు చదవాలి, నేను టైం ఇవ్వాలి. Please read and come. All appointed by crown. నా ఏదిరా బాటిల్ దియా నా political. This is political dispatches. Political. Fast, please. Shall I rub this part, this functions part? Everyone? Functions part. No? Tundar Ryan. Tundar Ryan. Companies officers in India. What is inside India map is companies officers in India. Nana. Idana. Privy. 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 Council members. These are all some bodies in Britain. That's why such names are there. Chancellor of Exchequer, Secretary of State. Because it's a department where is the department? In British government in London, department. You see this called BCCI and BCCI ante? Board of Control for Cricket in India. Board of Control. Like, where are we getting that name? Board BOCA. Any connections untai history chalu untai. Now shall I rub this part, functions part, please? Nana inda functions part. This is because one point I want to add there that will complete the picture. See, అన్ని అడిగి చేసిన ఇప్పుడే. In theory, in practice, in reality. In theory it is rule of crown and company. In reality it is rule of crown through the company. Through. Functions, if anyone has missed, I'll dictate if you write down. Functions, anyone has missed functions, please? No? Good. That's it here. Please read and come. 1813 Charter Act, 33 Charter Act, 53. Time waste aitad mottam. Okay. Let us go to the defects of Regulating Act fast. Regulating Act, defects. Kalinka, Tundar Ryan Rababu. Rule of Crown and Company. Rule of Crown through the company. In theory, it is rule of Crown and company. It is actually in reality is rule of Crown through the company. Ainda. Yes, please. Come to your handout. Defects of Regulating Act. Fast, please. The first defect, what is the first defect? That Governor General is too much shackled with all sorts of checks on him. Can he take really independent decisions? Who is stopping him? The council, every time they'll say, the binding decision. Once they say no, you don't have any other choice. You have to simply accept whatever they say. And this prevented him from taking spontaneous decisions and responding to unforeseen situations. Because every time he wanted to take an action, he had to wait for the decision of the council. How can he do such? He was essentially powerless. There is one line that actually conveys in one small word is, he lacked veto power and rasundi. What is veto power? You will study in your polity again. Veto comes from the word vote. Vote ne, if you just interchange these two letters, it will become veto. Veto is nothing but a negative vote. If someone votes and if you have the right to override that vote, that is called veto. Now this man has veto? No, it is binding. What they say, you have to obey, that's it. So now you please tell me, would you want to be in that position as a Governor General? Now you are only namesake Governor General because you are not taking any decisions. They are telling, you are doing. Or is your decision working there? No, yeah. So no Governor General would feel like he is only enjoying position. He is not having real power. But again, whatever he does, actually who is telling him to do it? Council. But they will catch hold of whom? Governor General. I hope you are able to see this. But finally they will say, you did no. You did all these things, no? Then who will want to serve in that position? So Governor General is feeling suffocated. And you see, how was this defect rectified? It seems 1786 Amending Act, which empowered the Governor General to override the decision of the council if the circumstances demanded and if he is ready to take personal responsibility for that. And the first Governor General of Bengal to enjoy such powers was Cornwallis. Till 1786, this man, Warren Hastings, was the most unfortunate Governor General who did not have this power of overriding the decision of the council. The first person to enjoy was Cornwallis. And Cornwallis also became the first Governor General to enjoy the powers of both Governor General and the Commander in Chief. Please add one word over there. Who is the Commander in Chief? He is the head of the army. Commander in Chief he also was the civilian head, also a military head. Cornwallis. Okay. That's an extra point, by the way. Next, having 4 members in the council was actually making it a lot of delays. So they thought they will reduce it to 3. And which act did it seems? Pitt's India Act, which you will see that point repeated in the Pitt's India Act once more. Third, we just now saw control of Governor General of Bombay over Madras and Governor General of Bengal over Bombay and Madras was not very, very clear. And that was giving rise to a lot of conflicts between these people. And this also was rectified by Pitt's India Act only. And see the language which I used over there. The defect was rectified by the Pitt's India Act, which clearly and comprehensively subordinated. Means what? In all matters. Can I say that? Fits India Act is not saying it is certain matters కాదు. It is all matters. You are subordinate to Governor General of Bengal. That's it. And with that, there is no kind of any controversy between them. And last, the problem was the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Do you think the Supreme Court was too wide jurisdiction over there? Now Governor General of Bengal unnada, and now you have the Supreme Court. Yeah, whatever the acts been done by them, they are questionable in the court. Now if you do anything, this guy will come and catch hold of you. How will you do it? Will you feel that incentive to do? No. Why? You will be having a fear that if you do something, this guy will come and catch hold of me. Why should I do? And this guy will actually, instead of being proactive, he will become inactive. Now is it good for the administration, please? No, you have to have proactive heads. But where you have, out of fear of that Supreme Court, this guy is, the jurisdictional conflict is there too much. It is preventing this man from becoming very proactive. And then again, this defect was rectified by the 1781 Amending Act. Where you will see all that points which I have written there. What is the new jurisdiction of Supreme Court? You have to by heart. There is no other choice. Okay. Unda time ఆపేయాలా? నాకు తెలుసు ఫస్ట్ ఆన్సర్ అదే ఉంటుంది. ఎప్పుడు కూడా చెప్పు, ఏం కాదు, ఉండదు అది. నేను చెప్పలేను, నేను చచ్చిపోతా. నానా ఇంద్రా, లాస్ట్ కన్క్లూషన్ ఒకసారి చూద్దామా? నౌ యూ ప్లీజ్ టెల్ మీ, వాస్ దిస్ యాక్ట్ సక్సెస్? నో, ఫెయిల్ అయింది. బట్ ఈస్ ఫెయిలియర్ మీన్స్ అంటే ఈస్ దేర్ నో యూస్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ యాక్ట్? వేస్టా, కంప్లీట్ వేస్టా? Don't you think some experience they would have gained? Yes. Come to conclusion and ikkada untadi anadi. Second para. However, the experience gained from implementing this act helped the British in coming out with a better act later. Only when you make mistakes, you will actually try to understand why you made mistakes, and next time you will overcome them. When you don't even make mistakes, no one is perfect in the first attempt. Okay, yaar. I'll stop it here. Please, from tomorrow onwards, you can see that na baad ardham chesukonde. But after this, you did not get handouts kada. This is the last handout you got. Just 1 second, I'll just confirm if they have that. Okay, they don't have that handout. We will get it tomorrow. Okay, read and come. Again, tomorrow also 4 hours class, tells kada. So read and come.